Ladies and gentlemen, this is the men's discus throw F56 fight.
Signore e signori, siamo pronti per iniziare con la gara del lancio del disco maschile, categoria F56.
Athletes in the F55 to F57 classes will have increased strength and leg function and normal function in the shoulders, arms and hands. A low number indicates a higher degree of activity limitation.
Representing Lithuania.
Per la Lituania, Javelin della Discus.
Representing Serbia.
In rappresentanza della Serbia, Javelin.
Representing Greece.
Per la Grecia, Discus della Parsis.
Representing Russian Federation.
Per la Russia, Alexander Siskin.
Representing Finland.
Per la Finlandia, Alexi Yurjonen.
Representing Bulgaria.
Per la Bulgaria, Mustafa Husseinov.
Representing Italy.
Per l'Italia, Bashar Hamid Kekalaf.
Representing Denmark.
Per la Danimarca, Ule Lund.
Representing
Costa Luiz.
Representing Bulgaria.
Per la Bulgaria, Ruzzi.
Day one of the 2016 IPC Athletics European Championships. From Grosseto, it's the Stadio Olimpico Carlo Zucchini, a football venue for the 1960 Rome Games. Well-known athletics and football venue within Italy and Tuscany, an hour north or two of Rome. And it was a very energetic morning session here. It's got a little bit cooler in the afternoon. We have got an additional 15 titles decided in the afternoon session, 7 this morning, 22 on the opening day, 8 in the track, 14 in the field. Was a bit warmer earlier on. It's got a little bit overcast, as you'll see. The Italian Tricolore is a bit more blustery here. Lots of big names competing this afternoon, as will be the case across all 6 days. Good afternoon from Will Downing and Rob Walker. We had some scintillating stuff earlier, Rob.
Yes, good afternoon, Will. It was a cracking opening session this morning. Smattering of golds won, and some great finals coming up in prospect, including a couple of blind sprint races, men's 100, women's 200 coming up later in this session of athletics, and they could be particularly tight come the business end of the races. Great action to come.
And some brilliant action earlier this morning. Barbara Niewiadel of Poland retaining her European title in the 1500 metres, the T20, the reigning world champion. 3 golds in Doha. Richard Whitehead, brilliant in the 100 metres, a new championship record for the reigning Paralympic 200 champion. Could he do something big in the shorter distance here? Veronika Doronina certainly did in the women's 100 metres T34, noted in the fields, but now in the track as well, this talented young 19-year-old Russian. Sergei Budakov of Belarus with the first gold, the men's high jump. Vanessa Lowe winning the women's long jump for Germany. She'll be a force in Rio. First medal of the week for Ireland. Deirdre Mongan from County Galway in the women's shot put to go with her bronze, one of the worlds in Doha last year. The weather is apparently warmer now. Doesn't feel it. 25 Celsius is the forecast. Hope it reaches that way. It's got a lot more blustery since you were with us last, around 4 hours ago. So 15 finals in the afternoon session, 6 on the track, 9 in the field.
Representing Croatia,
And we've got half an hour, Will, to focus on the field event action, which had to play second fiddle earlier on today to the track action. We've got some cracking field event finals. Men's discus F56, men's long jump T36. If that's half as good as the women's amputee long jump from earlier, we'll be in for a real treat. And you've got the men's high jump T42, 44, and then the men's 100 metres T11 final. They warmed up with 2 cracking semis earlier today. It's non-stop action, Will. Plenty of great finals to come. We're getting into the meat of the championship, even on day 1.
Yes, we're with you for the next 3.5 hours or so for this first afternoon session of these 5th IPC Athletics European Championships. The biggest one we've had, over 700 athletes. It's the largest one-sport continental championship ever organised under the IPC banner. We've got a whole load of field events to get the afternoon session underway.
Yes, we've got half an hour before the first track event, so I'll be keeping my eye on this men's discus F56. Verbasius of Lithuania. Milicic, silver medalist for Serbia in the European Championships a couple of years ago. Watch out as well for Kurzanen of Finland down the bottom there. He got a shot put bronze in 2013 in the scorching conditions of Lyon. So some really good throwers. Verbasius, 490, is just getting put in position. And if you were with us this morning, and if you're familiar with IPC Athletics field events and track events, it does take a little while for the throwers to make sure they're totally comfortable with the position and the straps that keep them in place. There's a huge amount of energy from these guys. You can see the size of Verbasius' shoulders. He's a big unit. So they need to make sure everything is battened down, because when he releases the discus, there'll be an awful lot of force coming through his throwing arm. And then, of course, some athletes have the option of holding an upright bar with the arm with which they're not throwing. So a real science for these guys, and that's why it's taking a couple of minutes for Verbasius to be put in pole position. Just missed a medal in the Javelin in Swansea a couple of years ago, and he was 6th last year in Doha. Former powerlifter, and when you look at the size of his upper body, you can see why. Total of 10 men taking part in this one, so a full gold, silver and bronze will be awarded to the 3 best. Usually if we very occasionally see a final with 2 athletes, that doesn't result in any medal being awarded, and if there's a final with 3 athletes, or possibly even 4, then they only award a gold and a silver. There isn't a bronze. So the men's discus will take a little while. Verbasius is just getting himself settled in, and that will take a couple of minutes. And Will, I know you're very much looking forward to the men's cerebral palsy long jump competition, the T36.
Yes, there's 6 in that. In terms of the seated throwing events, you're now given 5 minutes to make yourself settled and comfortable before the counting jumps attempts can come in. So the men's long jump, it's at T36, and there are 6 in this. It's the 3rd strongest ranked of the cerebral palsy standing events. So here's the start list. 2 in it from Poland, Mariusz Sobczak and Marcin Milczarek. From Russia, Evgeny Torsunov, the reigning world champion. Anastasios Petropoulos of Greece, the Athenian, who's regularly scored well in long jumps without hitting the podium yet. He's been competing a long time. So this is Petropoulos of Greece to get us underway. And this is distance, not points. Torsunov of Russia is the world record holder, 5.81. That's a solid effort of over 4.5 meters for the 25-year-old Greek. Petropoulos was 6th in the World Championships in October in Doha, and in the last Europeans in Swansea finished just outside the medals in 4th place. So he's a regular high finisher in terms of continental and global championships. He was 7th in the long jump at London 2012. Obviously won't finish as low in this, with there only being the 6 starters. Petropoulos, very impressive by the way. He's into the lead solidly with 4.62 meters.
Well, we've already seen one great long jump final today, Will, and we're hoping this T36 cerebral palsy event is just as good. There's some good athletes in that lineup of 6, and it's interesting to see the likes of Daniel Jorgensen, the amputee long jumper who went really well in qualification for the T42 100 meters. There's now some crossover between the long jumpers and the sprinters, so good to see some of the track runners getting involved in these big field event finals.
Happens quite a bit. Just going through the biographies of various finals and semi-finals, as we always do ahead of every session. I mean, there are people who've dramatically changed their discipline, be it javelin throwers going into the long jump and vice versa, having tried one event for a while without a lot of success, and then suddenly coaches say, why not try this? And it works out perfectly. As we saw earlier, of course, in the women's 100 meters, with the fantastic Russian gold medal of a new 19-year-old Veronika Doronina, new to the track. Her first ever track final, and she's a European champion.
Yes, I'm sure she'll be the toast of the Russian team, and whoever came up with the idea of saying, hang on a minute, let's ditch the shot put and get on the track. Whoever had that thought, well, it was a good one.
Well, it's very similar to what happened with Daphne Skippers in the IAAF circuit. She was a multi-eventer, and then they said, you can run fast, you know. Here's Benjamin Erben of Slovakia from Bratislava. Not a lot of success in the only other major championship he's been in, the Worlds in Lyon in 2013. He went out in the semi-finals in the 1 and the 2, but they've noticed some talent in the long jump in this.
I think this gives you an indication as to how difficult it can be for some of the cerebral palsy athletes in a really technical event. Long jump might look simple, put your foot on the board and jump as far as possible, but it's a hugely complicated technical event, and when you're dealing with the extra lactic acid in the weaker side of the body, that can be really tough.
And also just fighting your body's natural instinct of maybe straying off that straight. But Urban has a lot to deal with. He's the second to go in this. Petropoulos with 4.62. And that's 3.23 for Urban.
So here's the big man, Ramanus Verbasius. As I said a couple of minutes ago, he's just been getting himself ready in the throwing circle. Fourth in the Javelin in Swansea. He's a former power lifter, making sure his number is still in pole position. Now there's a red flag there. So just making sure, just watching to see whether indeed that's just a red flag to indicate to him don't throw again, or whether that was a foul throw. Waiting for confirmation of that. So there was the red flag. So Verbasius gets himself ready here. This, we're told, is attempt number 3. Come on, big man. It is indeed attempt number 3. You can see from the scoreboard that's rotating in the background, just shaking out that throwing arm. And you can see there just how tightly he's strapped into the throwing chair. Just watch the momentum and the force going through his body as he releases that discus. Just waiting for that distance to come up. 33 meters 95, 33.95. I could just see that on the scoreboard on the far side of the stadium. So this is number 4. He's rattling through these attempts, the 30-year-old Lithuanian. So 33.95 on that scoreboard for attempt number 3. Just waiting for these official measurements to come through. We've got 33.95, and that I'm just watching, is that 34.14 or 34.04 on the other side of the stadium? There we go, 34.84. Maybe the eyes weren't as sharp as I thought they were. The far side of the stadium. So, 2 no throws in round 1 and 2, and he's now getting in the groove, the big man from Lithuania. 2 more attempts to come from him. He seems to be rattling through these as quickly as possible. Another 9 men still to come in this competition. So 34.84. That was an improvement of nearly a metre on his 3rd round throw. Really good, actually, because sometimes, as is often the case in able-bodied athletics, the field events sometimes play second fiddle to the track action. Once it starts happening thick and fast, it's always tempting to go with what's on the track rather than show the field events. But we have this half-an-hour section at the beginning of this first afternoon session on day 1 of these European Championships, where the action is solely and exclusively focused on the field event athletes, giving some exposure to some top-class athletes who sometimes get overlooked in terms of the publicity that they deserve.
That's what the IPC are quite mindful of. We see that happening in the IAAF circuit a lot, where the track events a lot of the time will take precedence for some broadcasters ahead of the field. But then you get countries, we'll say, like in the Nordics and Scandinavia, where a lot of the time they'll drop out of the long races and just concentrate solely, exclusively on the field. I've had to work off a few feeds on my time from the Baltics, which have done exactly that. They'll show the start of a 5,000 metres race, and you come back to it 15 minutes later.
So just a couple of double confirmations required on these measurements. Verbasius isn't overly happy, so whilst the discus pauses, here's a real big campaigner in the long jump, Will.
Yes, Evgeny Torsunov, the reigning world champion from Doha last year. He's the world record holder as well, and that's a major effort. Torsunov's world record from Sochi in September, 5 meters 81, and that's well beyond the 5 meters mark. And I don't think he could have used much more of the board, to be honest. Very impressive attempt from the man from Perm. That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect on the board from Torsunov. Excellent run-up. He's a medalled sprinter as well. Silver and bronze in the 1 and the 2 in Doha at the last Worlds. And Torsunov looks in great form. He looks the man to beat already. That's a majorly impressive attempt in this T36 long jump final. Certainly it'll have him in the lead. It's a new world record, apart from the fact that it's windy of +4, so he won't get a new world record, but he has the lead and a strong chance of the gold as a result of that. And it is quite blustery today, and it's blowing as we're seeing it from the main stand from right to left, and that's at the backs of these athletes. The jumping pit is actually in front of the main stadium here, the main stand. Now that win still has to be ratified. If it ends up being under +2, then it's a world record. It certainly is the longest of his career. So anyway, next up, Armāns Gutmanis of Latvia, who spent quite a time outside of athletics. He finished 13th in the long jump in the World Championships in Lille in 2002. So, Gutmanis, it's great to see him back in this. Torsunov, I think, is having the win reading remeasured. Gutmanis is delayed as a result of that, but here he comes with his first attempt now. Gutmanis looks to me to have gone through the board on that. So that will go down as a foul and a red flag.
Interesting, Will, isn't it? The difference between a 0.4 and a 4.0. 4.0, of course, the legal registered wind allowance for a world record is 2.0. Any higher than that and it doesn't count. So if it is 0.4 instead of 4.0, that will be a new world record for the Russians. So much depends upon the correct reading of the wind gauge. Early drama here on our first afternoon session in Grosseto.
Well, at the moment it is showing up as a 0.4, so that would be a new world record for Torsunov. There was a significant delay after that attempt of his before Gutmanis went. So we'll give him the world record for now. It'll be the third of the day. We two in one of the shot puts earlier in the 40 and 41 combined category. Mariusz Sobczak of Poland. The two Poles in this, both from the same city, Zunsko-Wola. Sobczak now lives in Poznan. Silver in the long jump in Swansea 2 years ago at the last Europeans. Silver at London 2012, silver in Lyon in 2013. European champion in 2012. Sobczak thundering down the board. Good lift, connected well. No problem with advancing beyond the plasticine, certainly. Sobczak has been winning major championship medals since the 2002 World Championships in Lille. didn't use much of the board at all, gave around 15 centimetres away. Tosanov with a 5.91 is our leader, and Petropoulos with 4.79 in second place, going to Sobczak's first attempt. Temperature has markedly dipped in the last hour or so, and it is now quite heavily overcast. 4.89, and Sobczak goes into second place. Next up, Marcin Milcharek, his fellow Pole. Excellent in field events generally, both in the IAAF and the IPC circuits. And Milcharek finished 5th in the World Championships in the long jump in Doha, but won bronze in the last Europeans, behind Sobczak in second. Bronze in Lyon in 2013, again behind Sobczak. 2004, the first time he won a major championship bronze medal, and he thundered through the board there, used up a huge amount of it. Looked very, very close to the plasticine, which obviously would have been a foul. But I don't think he could have used the board much better, actually. He's got the white flag. Oh, yes.
Very
nice.
Good, absolutely spot on the board. It looked on first glance as though he may well have gone over, but that was a really good use of his run-up.
Well, that's absolutely magnificent jumping by Milcharek. And, well, I think Poland at the moment will have 2 places in the podium. Early days, end of the first round. But Milcharek, he's got 4.89 for his compatriot to target, and 5.35. Milcharek goes into second place, and doesn't he love that? Back to Petropoulos of Greece, the Athenian. 4.62 in the opening round. He is 27 centimetres outside the medals at the moment. Russia 1, Poland 2, Poland 3. Best result ever, 4th in the last Europeans in Swansea 2 years ago. So Petropoulos looking for a major improvement to get him into the medals. Great standard in this competition so far, with Evgeny Tosanov with that 5.91, 10 centimetres beyond his outgoing world record from Sochi last September, in the run-up, a couple of weeks before Doha and the World Championships. Petropoulos has got quite a bit of a way to go if he can get his best ever championship result. Only thing I'll say is I'm glad I brought my jacket this evening.
The wind is definitely picking up in the stadium, Will. It's a lot breezier than it was this morning, and we will need to keep our eye on the wind gauge if we do see 1 or 2 very special exploits from the athletes.
Obviously, it is an open stadium here, and we are quite near the sea. We're quite near the Mediterranean, across some course against Sardinia. Here he comes, second attempt. Petropoulos, again, didn't really use the board much at all, and he didn't use the board at all during the opening round when he came up with 4.62. So again, that's giving away maybe around 20 centimetres or so. Another solid attempt from this Greek athlete who turns 26 at the end of the month. Yeah, it didn't use the board at all. Full width of the board given away. So actually, that's kept him out of third place, realistically. Yeah, he's having the technique ironed out from his national coach, as you can see, just to get the rhythm right and to get on the board. If he's improved on 4.62, any considerable amount at all, and he has, 4.79, he's in 4th place, but had he hit the board properly, then he'd be in 3rd.
Yes, could have got very close to 5 meters there. The Greeks do have such a great tradition when it comes to field event athletics in the IPC and in the able-bodied world as well. They have some brilliant pole vaulters.
Tursunov, that is now a ratified world record from the opening round of 5.91, and that's not far away from that again. Brilliant from Tursunov once more. He's pummeling the opposition very impressively so far, you have to say. That looks equally good to his first attempt. Used the board well, didn't really give much distance away. He's heading out towards 6 meters without visually crossing that invisible line. But he looks in the sort of form that he might become the first man in this discipline to break 6 meters in this T36 long jump today. 5.81 was the world record at the start of the day. 5.91 after his first attempt. And that's been ironed out as plus 0.4 in the wind gauge, so that's okay as a world record for him in the first round. It's okay for him as a world record in the second as well. And look at the wind reading, plus 1.9. He was just inside legality. 5.93 is another new world record.
Well, a brilliant competition unfolding in the men's long jump. You can't ask more than 2 world records. Right. So the women's shot put here.
Yes, it's F12. There are 2 events here. So this is Sofia Oksem of Russia, known as Sonia to her friends in Russia, and she is the reigning world discus champion. Silver in the shot from Doha. It's F12, so it's medium visual impairment, so they each throw in rotation for each of the 6 rounds. Rose Walepa of France, Tamara Sivakova of Belarus, the others in this. Gold and silver up for grabs. Oksem, our leader, 13.18. She's the world record holder as well, with a throw of 13.60 at the Worlds.
Okay, so we can still see Ramonas Verbasius, the huge-shouldered Lithuanian, 30 years of age. Now, the last time we saw Verbasius, he was about to embark on his 5th round throw. There was then some discussion about whether his efforts had been marked and measured from the right place. They're still working this out. So as it stands at the moment, our latest information coming down from the infield is that the officials are going to allow, we're waiting for confirmation, but we're told they are going to allow Verbasius to have all of his throws again. Just a reminder, his card as it stands at the moment, no throws in the first and second round. Then he had a 33.95 and then a 34.84. So it does look as though he is going to be allowed to have all of his throws again.
Tamara Sivakova, her 3rd attempt for Belarus in the women's F12 shot put. Medium visual impairment. 12 major championship medals in her time. 7 world titles. 4 times she's claimed the Paralympic crown. She's 50 years old, and in fact, she's been on the scene for so long. She made her debut in 1989 for the Soviet Union in the European Championships of that year. She won gold in this in the first ever World Championships in Berlin in 1994. Is there another gold coming away? She's been consistent so far. It's a season's best for her of 11 meters 98, but Sofia Oksem's our leader, 13 meters 44, which is a championship record.
Amazing, she's been performing at that level for such a long time, more than 2 decades. Well, we've got some cracking performances in these field events. Tursunov has gone 5.91 and 5.93 in the cerebral palsy long jump. We have 2 shot put competitions underway, and we have another look at Verbasius. So he has indeed been given all 6 attempts again. I'm just watching the revolving scoreboard on the far side of the stadium, and it does say attempt number 1. So He'll certainly have to hope he can go better than 34.84. That would be cruel. That was his 4th round effort. Those were in the set of throws that were deemed invalid. And I think these are practice throws for Verbasius. You could tell he wasn't putting his full force behind that one. And it won't be long before we have our first track action of the afternoon, which will be the men's 1500 metres T20 for athletes with intellectual challenges. They're lining up on the back straight. They'll be going in a couple of minutes as we keep our eye on Verbasius, the Lithuanian, who is indeed being allowed to take all of his throws again. So a little bit of confusion at the start of the afternoon, but it all seems as though it's been sorted out. Cracking performances in the long jump. We're just waiting for the throws to burst into life. And he's shaking off both arms, those massive shoulders, and that would give us an indication, of course, that he is getting ready once again for the 2nd time to throw his 1st round effort. So we were due to have 30 minutes of uninterrupted field action, and we've had some good long jump. And now we start the men's discus F56 once again. So, 1st round. This one is being measured. So, big shoulders. And I wonder if fatigue would be a factor, because he's already thrown 4 efforts in this final. But he gets an opportunity to start again and maybe make amends. Remember, he had 2 no-throws at the start of his competition, so he was clearly unhappy with how things were going at the beginning of his campaign. So, we'll keep our eye on Verbasius and that discus. Meanwhile, our first track final, the men's 1500 metres. 3 hugely talented Russians in this one. Rafał Kork got a silver in the Paralympics, 5.31 off Poland. And on the next page, Daniel Peck. He ended up with a medal in the Paralympics as well. But I think the favourite here is Alexander Rabotnitsky. He's only 22 years of age. He was absolutely brilliant in Doha last year. Won the 800 in 1:53 and was 3rd in the 15 with 3:58. Krustalev on the outside is the defending champion. 3:16 is Steve Morris, the Welshman, desperate for a place in Rio. 5:44 Daniel Peck, 6:60 Rabotnitsky, 1:53 when he won the 800. Watch out for his compatriot Makarov. 5:31 Rafał Kork. We're working from the outside to the in. 3:08 is James Hamilton from Northern Ireland, Ballymena runners, former World Championship swimmer. And on the inside, the Somalian now flying the flag for Denmark, Mohamed Mahad Hirsi. But on paper, this race comes down to the 3 Russians: Rabotnitsky, the world champion over 800 metres, Krustalev, the defending European champion, Makarov, the bronze medalist last year over the 800, and the 2 Polish athletes who were 2nd and 3rd back in London, Daniel Peck and Rafał Kork. A cracking race, this one. Very hotly contested race. They call it the blue ribboned event of any major championship. And as someone who loves running the 1500, I can tell you, even at a bog standard club runner level, 3 3/4 laps of the track always hurts. You're not far short of a full-on sprint in this race, and that's why 4.5 minutes or quicker for these guys can feel an absolute lifetime. First track final of the afternoon. Here we go. Well, the tactics here will be fascinating. I wonder if the 3 Russians have had a discussion. That looks as though it may be on the inside. 6.46 is Makarov. 6.34 is Krustalev. Just on the shoulder of Daniel Peck, the Paralympic silver medalist. And Krustalev, the defending European champion, has taken this one on. This is a cracking race, and 1 or 2 stumbles there, and they do have to watch their feet. Only 1 athlete has been dropped off the back of this pace as Krustalev, the defending European champion, takes it on. 6.60 is Rabotnitsky, the very tall Russian, 22 years of age, in 2nd place. He's looking so good in these early stages. Only Azevedo of Portugal has been dropped at this stage, but all the big names are up there, Will, and it's Russia against Poland.
And it's Rabatnicki who had that stumble. He did very well to keep his feet, keep his balance, and he's moved his way up towards the front. You'll notice as well, the top two being Russians are wearing slightly different kits. At least they are generally the same colour. We've had a few different colour clashes involving Russian kits in the past, but the two athletes for Great Britain, James Hamilton, the Northern Irishman, Steve Morris as well, faring quite well in the top six. Daniel Peck, Rafa Cork, who are a regular international medalist. Cork, silver in the 15 at London 2012, still keeping up well. And Hamilton, we've heard from Michael McKillop, who's not here this week, but we know he's watching because he's contacted us and said he is, and he's told us to watch out for Hamilton here. He's got a good chance.
Yes, James Hamilton, a decent athlete, although he is struggling a little bit at the moment. They go through with 2 laps to go, and it's still Krustalev, the defending champion, leading from Rabatnicki, the world champion over 800 metres. Good running from Cristiano Pereira, the Portuguese European silver medalist from 2 years ago, but Rabatnicki just looks so comfortable. And the other Briton, Steve Morris, the Welshman, who's desperate for a place in Rio, he's going well, 3:16 on the shoulder of Rabatnicki, and they still haven't dropped Daniel Peck, wearing 5:44. You can just see him off the back of that group, and also in there 5:31, the bald head of Rafael Cork, who got a Paralympic bronze medal back in London. This is gearing up for a brilliant last 500 metres. Russia 1 and 2, Great Britain 3. We've got Pereira of Portugal tucked in on the inside, and then come the 3 Polish athletes. They take the bell in the final of the men's 1500 metres T20. In the lead on the inside, Great Britain, Steve Morris, and now the tall figure of Alexander Rabatnicki hits the front. He's strong, but remember, he hasn't got a major title over 1500. He got 3rd in Doha. He's a brilliant 800-metre runner, but look how well Cristiano Pereira's running, the Portuguese athlete, in 2nd place. This is a cracking run from him. Morris is hanging on to 3rd place at the moment, but he's just beginning to rock and roll a little tiny bit as Peck and Cork try and come wide on the outside. And it's Cork 5:31 ahead of Peck 5:44. And Rabatnicki hasn't got away here. He does have a little gap, but look at Rafael Cork coming wide on the outside. Pereira's beginning to struggle here. And has Rabatnicki got anything left with which to respond? The 2 Polish athletes coming wide, and look at Daniel Peck. Peck, the silver medalist in London, takes the gold here. Rabatnicki 2nd, and Rafael Cork comes through for the bronze. A great race, and Daniel Peck upgrades from Paralympic silver to European gold here. He left it late, but when he struck, there was nothing anybody else, including Rabatnicki, could do about it. That's probably the best tactical race of his career, and he's the European champion.
That is magnificent from Daniel Peck, and it's a very good time, 3:56.31. There was one stage with about 80 metres to go where it looked to me as if it was going to be a Poland 1-2 and that Cork was going to win it, and he just died with around 40 to go. And just look at the turn of the final bend. It's the 2 Poles on the outside who are looking so strong. Cork looking much more assured than Peck, who's really blowing. Look at the grimace on the outside, but then he goes for it, puts the foot down. Peck still with something in reserve. Cork dying away. Rabatnicki, who'd led with 80 to go, then falling back, managed to defend 2nd place very well. The Portuguese run out in 4th. Well, Poland have got a great record on the IAAF and IPC circuits in middle distance, in 1500 and in 800. And look at that, magnificent by Daniel Peck for the result of his life.
Great run from Daniel Peck, timed it beautifully. You can see how delighted he was there. There are 1 or 2 athletes, incidentally, still lying on the ground. That was brutal, comfortably inside 4 minutes. The first 4 athletes broke 4 minutes, actually. A really high-quality race, and that was a European record for Peck as well. 3:56.28, a personal best for Rabatnicki in 2nd, and season's bests for Cork in 3rd, and Pereira of Portugal in 4th. That was some race, and look at the roar of delight on the face of Daniel Peck. He's the European champion. Daniel Peck with a European record is the gold medalist. Rabotnicki just beaten to it, but a great silver for him. And Raphael Cork picks up the bronze here, just as he did in the London Paralympics 4 years ago. Mahard Hersey of Denmark with a personal best, 4:09. Makarov disappointed there, 4:13. He was run out of it.
T20 definitely on the track is an exciting discipline. Great result for Poland in that. Will we get a great result for Poland in this? Marcin Milczarek, lifetime best, 5:35 in the second round. Can he improve on that to get close to the new world record of 5:93 by Evgeny Torsunov? He's broken the world record twice already today. Milczarek 5:35 in the opening round. Szubczak at the moment for Poland had an opening round attempt of 4:89, second round of 5 meters 11. He's maintained his position certainly in second place, Milczarek. I'm not sure if he's nibbled into the impressive lead of Evgeny Torsunov, who is our champion-elect again. And Milczarek, I'm not quite sure what's come up there is actually spot on, but this man has been on the spot today, Tursunov. 5:93 in the second round. Milczarek was 5:19 in the third round. It was 5:13 in the second. Torsunov now is third attempt. Well, can he improve on 5:93 again? It's another long one. It's out towards 6 meters again. This is brilliant consistency. And even if that's not up to the 5:93 we saw in the second round, and it looks as if it's marginally back a bit. He's given a few centimeters away there on the board, but hit it well. There's still the consistency from Torsunov today has been magnificent. Well, there can only be praise from his coach. The way he's going, the 6 meter mark surely is on the brink of being broken here. 5:86 you see has come up manually behind him, and there it is electronically. That too is beyond the old world record.
Fantastic performances there from Torsunov. 5:91, 5:93, 5:86. That without doubt will be the best card of his career with 2 world records. It'd be amazing if he managed to get a 6 meter. That last effort was 2.0 on the wind reading, by the way. So it was pretty much spot on and would have been another world record.
So Tamara Sivakova of Belarus in the women's shot put, the F12. All of the competitors in this have been excellent so far, but there's only 3 in it, so only 2 medals up for grabs. And that is a solid throw by Sivakova. 12 major titles to her name. We haven't had as many European Championships as Worlds, so that title won way back when, well, 2012 in Stadskanal, when the Europeans were revived 4 years ago, her only European crown. 11.98, her best so far, but Sivakova stays in second place. Sofia Oksym of Russia is still in the lead. And here she is. Third attempt for Sofia Oksym. World record of 13 meters 60 set of the World Championships in Doha. And she's thrown 12.72 and 13.18 so far. And that, again, looks beyond the 13 meter mark. She's improving all the time. She's getting closer to a world record. "22 years old. She was part of the Winter Paralympic Games torch relay for Sochi from the city of Bisk. of 13.44. She's increased her lead again.
Viene confermato ufficialmente il nuovo record europeo di Polonia e i 1500 metri maschili 13.46.
Oxham is now 16 centimetres outside her world record. As you can see in the left of your picture, nice crowd developing in the main stand.
So, this discus competition that had a little bit of a false start. We've had Verbasius. He's completed his throws. Don't know if that's a smile or a grimace. So Verbasius has finished, and his best 29.81. So that was nowhere near his best effort in the aborted first round, but they are now up and running. So we're on to Slobodan Miletic, silver medalist in the European Championships a couple of years ago, 8th in Lyon in 2013. So you can see it was a no mark registered in his first round. So 29.81 is the best so far. But remember, Verbasius has had all 6 of his efforts, and there are a further 8 athletes to throw after Miletic of Serbia has finished his 6 attempts. So he got the big cross for the first round. Just making sure those fingers are ready to grip the discus. Taking a long time to measure these ones. 37.86. He has moved into the lead, and by quite some margin.
So now the second track final of the opening afternoon session. It's the women's 1500 metres, T11, total visual impairment. 3 go in this, 2 from Turkey, and Maria Fueza of Portugal, 1998 world champion. That wasn't under the IPC banner, it was under the International Blind Sports Association. Lives in Lisbon from Leiria. Let's introduce you to everyone. First major international championship for 18-year-old Oznur Alamur of Turkey. Her guide is Ahmed Tas. Her international teammate Asa Oykan of Turkey. Semal Kus is her guide, 9th in the 1500 metres in Doha. Went out in the heats of the 8, semi-finalists of the previous World Championships in the 8 in 2013. And Maria Huiza. In the last Europeans in Swansea, she won silver in this 1500 metres, finished 5th in the 1500 metres in both the Worlds of 2011 and 2013, and disimproved by 1 last year. And then that IBSA gold back in 1998. So Fuiza of Portugal, Asa Özkan of Turkey, Oznur Alamur of Turkey. So away we go. They all have guides, obviously, this being a T11 event. And Oznur Alamur has gone off very well, very strongly, the youngest in the field, straight away, turns 19 years old next month. Her guide is 20 years old, Ahmed Tas. Asa Özkan, her Turkish colleague, just taking up the rear at the moment. So many major, big international results in her career, a smattering of medals, 2 major championship medals to her name in her career, and in between them at the moment, Asa Özkan of Turkey, who works in the Turkish Ministry of Health. 25 years old, no major championship medals to her name, a major championship career which started back in 2013. A bit of congestion for second and third at the moment. Fuiza in second place, Özkan's in third, but magnificent opening lap from Oznur Alamur. She's way out in front with 3 to go.
Yes, looked like it was high 55, low 56s as she went through the first 300 metres. She's got an absolutely huge lead. The only question is for the 18-year-old, has she gone too early? You can see her guide, Ahmed Tas, talking to her all the time, giving her an indication. He'll be feeding her the split. She's gone through 400 metres in 76. So she had about 5-second lead, and it looks as though it's getting bigger and bigger. So if she's timed this well, and she can manage to keep going, this will be a really decent victory for a teenager, still finding her feet on the international field and the international platform. Fueza of Portugal, at 43 years of age, well, she's got unbelievable amounts of experience. 5th in the Paralympic final in Sydney, way back when, 16 years ago. So if anybody can claw back that deficit, it is the Portuguese athlete, but it is still a sizable lead. But the question is, has the young Turkish athlete gone too hard too early?
This is a very impressive start from Osnur Alamor, but you can see that she's beginning to slow down somewhat. There's quite a gap now between first and second and third. Maria Fueza of Portugal is in second place as Alamor comes through. 2 laps to go, 2:19 run, and Fueza, there's still a considerable gap between the two of around 25-30 meters, but it's closing bit by bit. Way back in third at the moment, by the way, Asa Ozcan, who's had international pedigree before. She finished 9th in the 1500 meters World Championship final last year. But as Osnur Alamor, this is her first major championship race, and at the moment she's in pole position.
Yes, I was just watching the clock. It's still about 4.5 seconds. So if the experienced Portuguese athlete, Maria Fueza, and her guide, Jose Ferreira, if they are to close the gap, they do need to start winding this in. If you cast your mind back to the balmy conditions of Doha in October, in the 5,000 metres we did see some unbelievable gaps and leads being closed down. The 5,000 is 12.5 laps of the track, the 1,500 only 3 3/4. I think she has got some running in her legs, Fueza in second place, but has she got enough time left to close down that gap? This is going to be a fascinating last 450 metres from her.
She's run the first 1,000 metres absolutely perfectly. The gap is still considerable, but it's not insurmountable for Maria Fueza, and she still looks as if she might have a bit in reserve. But does Osnur Alamor of Turkey? It's been a brilliant championship debut up to this point. She takes the belt. 3:46, she's gone through it. Fueza will go through in 3:52, so there's 6 seconds between them. Fueza has the international pedigree, having finished second in this 2 years ago in Swansea. She's been here before, she's done this before, she knows what she's doing, and she can certainly up the pace. She certainly looks as if she's got something still in reserve, but does Osnur Alamor. And obviously, it being T11, the total visual impairment, she has to rely on her guide to glance back. Glance at the screen, and he's just done that, by the way. I'm not sure if you've been able to pick him up, but just watching across the track, that's where the big screen is. He looked right across and was able to pass the information on about how far ahead they are. We've got half a lap to go. Osnur Alamor has done very well. It's not even a case of hanging on. She's got a strong lead. She's kept the pace up wonderfully. Now, Fueza of Portugal in second place. The gap seems to have increased, maybe to about 7 seconds or so. It's Osnur Alamor of Turkey on her major championship debut. She's a brilliant find if nothing goes wrong in the closing straight. Another glance over the shoulder by Ahmed Tas. Her guide looks across. The gap has come down, I think, a good bit in the past 50 minutes or so. Fueza's sped up, but Osnur Alamor, surely an insurmountable lead at this stage. No matter how much Fueza speeds up now, Osnur Alamor, her first major championship, and she's going to be European champion. What a victory, 5:15.34. A great performance by this 18-year-old. Maria Fueza takes the silver for Portugal. Alamor with a magnificent triumph. And it's great news, good news for Turkish athletics.
Well, that was the only question. Had she gone too hard too early? Well, she answered that rather emphatically. She had more than enough left in the tank. You can see how tired she is now, though. She sinks to the ground, as she does so as a champion. And we're seeing her compatriot, the 25-year-old Ozcan, who was 9th in Doha last year in 5:42. She's going to be drifting outside 6 minutes here. So it has been a tough day for her. It's very blustery here, which might work well for long jumpers when they want a 2-metre following wind, but when you're running round the track, you're coming into some really tough headwinds every time you come round the bend. It's really tiring. But what a great win for the 18-year-old Turkish athlete, Osnur Alamor. She's the European champion, and she did that emphatically.
Well, if you're good enough, you're old enough. A great find, this 18-year-old. Her first ever race at a major championship, and if you were to look at the biographies in advance, look at the field, you'd say, well, the 1 and 2 would be divvied between Ozcan and Fraser. But our champion, lifetime best, Osner Alamore, the 18-year-old, is the new European champion. And that was nothing short of magnificent. It's another terrific story on this opening day. So the women's shot put F12 is reaching its conclusion. Sophia Oxem, her best today, 12 centimetres shy of her world record of 13 metres 60. She will be the European champion, having finished second 2 years ago. Can she finish on a high? I think she has. She has gradually improved as the day has gone on. Sophia Oxem of Russia is our European champion. They were top of the medals table at the last Europeans 2 years ago. They have another gold medal here. And Sophia Oxem has improved her world record, 13 metres 68. She's improved it by 8 centimetres. So Sophia Oxem with our world record throw, 13.68. She takes the gold. Sivakova of Belarus in second place, and Rose Walepa of New Caledonia and France is in third. And that is the fifth world record of the opening day. 2 of those coming from Torsenov in the men's long jump. Remember, if you're watching locally, free entry all week. Please come along. We'd love to have you here. And if you're not anywhere near here, Grosseto2016.com. And on social media, the hashtag Grosseto2016. Live results online and obviously live pictures all week is on Italian TV as well. Live during the week, if you find yourself here. It's a nice crowd here, actually. It's building up, and as we remind you, come along, free entry. Keep coming along. And if you peer into the tunnel, we have the first of our afternoon medal ceremonies.
Yes, the women's F34 shot put competition. It was the very first event to start, actually, at the beginning of day one. This for athletes with cerebral palsy. F34, it means that's the most able, sorry, I beg your pardon. That's the least able of the cerebral palsy categories, which means some athletes are comfortable coming up in their wheelchairs and 1 or 2 are on foot. The Russian there assisted by the sticks. So, what a great day it's turning out to be for the Polish athletes. We've just seen a magnificent victory on the track in the men's 1500 metres. And another gold medal here at the start of the day in the field events. Crowds beginning to swell here. We've got some absolutely brilliant track action for you and field event finals. So the bronze medalist from Germany. Good performance this. Frances Herrmann, she got a bronze in the Javelin in Doha last year. A bronze medalist in 2014 as well. Doing so once again here. So, silver medal, the 21-year-old Russian, Elena Orlova. She saved her very best effort for the 6th round, and that was good enough for European Championship silver. Magnificent medals, and we'll see a few of those awarded over the next 5.5 days. You do have a lot of ceremonies in IPC Athletics as a result of there being so many different categories, all of them deserving their moment in the sunshine. But the winner, and by quite some margin, the class act of the field, Luciana Cornobiez, bronze in Doha in the shot put, a silver 2 years ago in the European Championships, and she's upgraded to gold here in Grosseto, and done so in fine style. 8:33 in the 4th round, and once again we will hear the Polish national anthem in this stadium that hosted Olympic football way back when in 1960. The Polish woman utterly dominant in the first event of day 1. She's the European champion. Great applause from the crowd. As Will was saying, it's free entry, and there are 1 or 2 more people making their way in to the stadium. Confirmation of the gold, silver and bronze, Poland, Russia and Germany. And what a brilliant first day this is turning out to be for the Polish athletes.
At the top of the medals table right now in terms of golds, 4 golds, more European titles won than any other nation. Russia have the most medals with 7. Germany with a medal of each colour so far of the 3. Belarus and Turkey with the other gold medals we won thus far on the opening day, but we've 22 titles to be decided on this day 1. We've a long way to go. But what an opening day for Poland. Turning into a very good Paralympic nation. And they're getting increasing publicity on TV and in the media in general in Poland. Which is obviously natural, it being a Paralympic year. Just maintaining that for the rest of the cycle is obviously the big challenge in a lot of countries, and that is wonderful. Look at that. That's Maria Sobczak with the congratulation for one of the great Polish Paralympic field athletes. Another gold medal to add to the long, long, glorious collection for Luciana Cornobiez. Now, next medal ceremony, men's shot put, F40 and 41. We didn't get much opportunity to watch this develop early in the morning, but guess what? It's a Polish gold. A couple of world records in this as well. Multi-category event, so it's decided on points. And world records in both the F40 and the F41, but only one of those will be walking away with the gold. As for athletes of short stature, Bartosz Dzikowski has had a great day. More about him anon, but first, Dmitry Dushkin of Russia, a new world record at the F40 of 10 meters 83. He was the European record holder of 10.61 set in Doha at the World Championships in October. And Gareth Tanayish of Iraq was the world record holder, 10 meters 66, and Dushkin setting it out to 10.83. That's at F40, which is the shorter stature athletes. F41 are not as. Nico Kappel of Germany. Now, he won silver in the shot in Doha in the World Championships last October, and now European silver here. Silver for Germany. 13 meters 23. Wasn't actually that far off the world record as it stood earlier today, which was 13.43, which is held by this man. It's no longer held by this man because he's gone and broken it today. Bartosz Tchaikovsky. Lolo to his friends, 13 meters 64. His new world record, beating his old mark from Doha by 21 centimeters. F41 brought in a few years ago. The F40 category is a bit more longer standing than that, then they were split up. And Tchaikovsky takes the honours. He's successfully defended his European title. He's won the last 2 World Championships as well. And Poland with 4 gold medals on the opening day so far. Turning into a fine Paralympic nation. Bartosz Tchaikovsky with the gold. Men's shot put F40, 41 from early in the opening morning session. Dushkin of Germany with the, Dushkin of Russia with the bronze, and Kappel of Germany with the silver.
So 2 women's shot put competitions happening this afternoon. Here is Martina Willing. She is a legendary German athlete. 56 years of age, a cross-country and biathlon medalist in the Winter Paralympics, wait for this, back in 1994. Gold medalist in the Javelin in Doha. And she got a European bronze in the shot put 2 years ago with 7.46. And that's a great effort in the 5th round from her. Now, Ivanka Koleva, a gold medalist in Sydney. So, the 2 veterans from the world of F57 shot put, showing the youngsters how it's done. She was 4th in the European Championships in Swansea in the discus and the shot put. A world champion in discus back in 1994. 8.50. She's absolutely delighted, and she saved her best for last. Unbelievable from the 47-year-old Bulgarian. So, 22 years after winning her first major title at the World Championships, she's become the European champion, and at the age of 47, there's hope for us all. Ivanka Koleva is the gold medalist, a season's best with 8.50, and Martina Willing, at the tender age of 56, picks up a silver medal. Not too bad at all. The 2 veterans were in sparkling form in that category. what it meant to the coaching staff as well as to the athlete herself. Still all that passion after more than 2 decades at the top.
Let's go back to the men's long jump final. Milcharek tilting for a medal here, but at the moment it is second place. Heading towards the end of the competition now. Again, he's gone beyond 5 meters, or thereabouts at least. 5:35 in the opening round was very, very good indeed. Lifetime best for him. He's not been able to improve on that since. 5:13 and 5:19 in rounds 2 and 3. Used the board well. Good consistency. Torsenov with a 5:91, a 5:93, a 5:86. All of his attempts so far beyond the outgoing world record. 5:93, the new mark. That's 5:32 by Milcharek in his penultimate attempt, and it's only 3 centimeters outside that lifetime best from earlier today.
So next up, the men's short put F46 height.
Inizia la gara del 100 del peso maschile, categoria F46.
Well, we've got plenty of field event action already underway, and it won't be long before our next track action takes centre stage. It'll be the final of the women's T53-54, 200 metres. So, some brilliant finals still to come. We've had 2 cracking 1500-metre encounters, their medal presentation to come up a little bit later on in the schedule. So, plenty to keep your eye on here, including the world record holder in the long jump.
Yes, Torsenov, his 4th attempt here. And again, he's used the board brilliantly. Again, it's long. Again, it's heading towards 6 meters. His consistency has been magnificent today. He's having the day of his life, the performance of his life. 5:91, 5:93, 5:86. His previous world record, 5:81, set in Sochi last September. That's now gone. We could be seeing a lot more big sporting events in Sochi now that they've got the facilities after the Winter Paralympic Games. But Torsenov is having a blinding time. He's knocking on the door of 6 meters. And if it doesn't come today, well, Rio is just down the road. 5 meters 89 again is beyond the old world record.
That's an unbelievable series of jumps there from the Russian. Absolutely incredible. So, I'm not sure if you can hear this, but Queen is being pumped out on the PA system. We will rock you. And the women are about to do just that in the T53-54, 200 metres. Supergaji of Turkey on the inside, and then 2 brilliant Russians, Natalia Kocherova, and on the outside, Abdi Karimova. And also not forgetting Alexandra Helbling, who starts in lane 5. So, there is Abdi Karimova, 6th in the 200 metres in Doha last year. Twice she's just missed medals in the Winter Paralympics in the biathlon. Zeynep Aset, 21-year-old Turkish athlete. I wonder if she took inspiration from her young compatriot striking gold in the women's visually impaired 1500 metres. Alexandra Helbling, bronze medalist in the Europeans, way back in Swansea. Natalia Kocherova made the final of the 200 metres in Doha. A brilliant Winter Olympian as well. And on the inside, Zabedi Supergachi, European bronze medalist in Swansea, over 100 metres, still only 22 years of age. So, Supergachi of Turkey in 3, Kocherova Russia 4, Helbling Switzerland in 5, Aset Turkey in 6, Abdi Karimova of Russia on the outside in 7. The final of the women's 200 metres T53-54. Very long hold for these athletes.
On your marks.
Here we go.
Set.
So who will get the quickest start? It looked as though Abdi Karimova has got away well on the outside in 7. She's left Arset a little bit behind, and coming really fast through on the inside is Supergachi of Turkey. She's miles clear of everybody else. This is a fantastic push. Kocharova's in second place, trying to close down the Turkish athlete, the 22-year-old. And here comes Kocharova, just missing a medal at the Paralympics way back in Sochi, 31.46. Kocharova has taken it. Supergachi is rewarded with a great start with silver, and I think it was Helbling who came through for the bronze. Well, Kocharova was caught napping at the start. Well, everybody was after that brilliant first bend from Supergachi. But once the 26-year-old Russian came into the home straight, she had the target, she had the aspiration and the belief and the speed to accelerate past the Turkish athlete. She's the European champion.
Well, she's a fantastic sprinter when it comes to cross-country skiing. So look at that start, though, by Zubeda Supergachi of Turkey. She's well out in front at this stage and looked primed for the gold medal. But then after they straightened up, Kocharova coming well into her prime. Very good over longer distances. 800 metres, she was 4th in the World Championships last year, and she's been in the World Championship of cross-country skiing, gold medalist as well in the mixed relay. So she's got strong arms, we know that for certain. And that's an absolutely magnificent finish by this 26-year-old. Natalia Kocharova takes the European title, her best ever result in championship athletics. And Supergachi didn't get a golden reward for that magnificent start, but silver for her anyway. And the Swiss Helbling holding on to 3rd all the way through. But Natalia Kocharova, absolutely marvellous victory.
Really good second half of that race from Kocharova, 26 years of age, so she could well be around for a little while to come yet. Finalist last year over 200 metres in Doha, and I think that's a step up in class. It's a championship record as well. Kocharova is the European champion. Zubeda Supergachi rewarded with the silver after that great start, and Alexandra Helbling coming home with the bronze medal, as she did over 800 metres in Swansea 2 years ago. Good push from her.
Lots of new champions being crowned on this opening day in Grosseto, as the jostling ahead of Rio intensifies. So back to in front of the main stand here, and this is Mariusz Sobczak. Final attempt to come in the men's long jump. Sobczak lying in 3rd place. Again, that's knocking around the 5-metre mark. He's in the medals right now. Petropoulos with 5 metres dead. Sobczak with 5.11, used the board absolutely on the money. Still has his medal to defend. Milcharek is 17 centimetres ahead with that lifetime best of 5.35, and Torsunov's on another plane to everyone else today. $5 meters 16, his final attempt, and he finishes with the bronze. $5.18 in the 5th round. So now the man in 2nd place, Milcharek of Poland. Can he improve on the lifetime best of 5:35. Used a lot of the board. Actually, maybe too much of the board. Yo, he's well beyond. So that's a red flag. So that means bronze for Sobczak, silver for Milterek, and gold for Evgeny Torsunov. Can he round off with something massive? Milterek with the foul, and it's silver for Poland. Russian gold for Torsunov. So his final attempt, 591 and 593. His first two attempts, 2 world records. And since then, he's gone past the old world record mark twice. So Torsunov, last attempt for our European champion. Oh, that's another really good effort towards 6 meters. Board looked to be used primely yet again by Torsunov. Well, he's been astonishingly good today. 572. So it drifted a little bit towards the end. Doesn't matter. He's broken the world record twice today, and he is the European champion.
Well, surely on the evidence of what we've seen from those 6 brilliant jumps, it is only a matter of time before that massively talented Russian goes over 6 meters. And there'd be no finer place to do that than in Brazil.
The crest of FC Grosseto, the home football club, on the backboard. So now this is the medal ceremony for the women's shot put, F53-54 from the morning session. And a familiar nation at the top of the podium. Good competition, this one of the events where every athlete has their 6 throws in rotation. There are 7 different categories, wheelchair events in the 50s on the field, 4 on the track. And this was a points event, it being a multi-category competition. She's coached by her sister, by the way, our 2-in-a-row champion at European level.
The medals and flowers will be presented by Sabrina Okoro, President of the Italian Federation of Paralympic and Experimental Sports, and Caterina Vieto, Group Party Management, Allianz SE.
Our Italian presentation team ready. Deirdre Mongan from County Galway with his second major championship bronze, having done it in Doha. She finished 4th in Lyon in 2013, was very close to glory there. Got onto the podium in Doha, and again here in Grosseto. European bronze for Ireland for Deirdre Mongan.
The winner of the silver medal, representing Greece,
4 centimetres of a margin between second and third, as Dimitra Korakina of Greece takes the silver. She's the reigning world champion, set her European record in winning silver in the Javelin in 2013 in the different category. Bested today, though. It's a reversal of the 1-2 from the World Championship.
winner of the gold medal and European champion, representing the Russian Federation.
coached by her sister Yulia, who's also on the podium there. Maria Bogacheva takes the European title. Set the world record in winning the last European crown in Swansea 2 years ago. She won the Javelin as well there, defending champion in this later in the week. Won the world title in Lyon in 2013, lost that crown to Korakida last year. Korakida with the world title, Bogacheva the European again. Also a powerlifter, European champion in Hungary in 2011. And back on top of the podium again, Maria Bogacheva in the women's shot put for Russia. So Russia, Greece and Ireland on the podium. And to be honest, here are our main three contenders for the medals in Rio. Others may disagree. Others have the chance to get onto the podium.
Now we return to the track action. It's the men's 100-metre T11 final after two really sparkling semi-finals this morning. And arguably the favourite this one is Timothy Adolphe, the 26-year-old Frenchman, double European champion. But watch out for the defending 100-metre champion, Andrei Koptev, in 5. The Frenchman against the Russian, with two Spaniards on the outside. So, starting off in lane 1 is Pablo Cantero Lopez. 12.28 he came through as the fastest loser. Just missed out on a medal in Swansea. Here he is in the final, and he's got a chance therefore. Timothy Adolphe, 11.62, winning the second of the semi-finals. European champion over 200 and 400. Huge strength. Can he find the speed to add the 100 gold to his collection? Gautier Simonet is his guide. A little wave. In the lane next to Adolphe is the defending European champion over 100 metres, Andrei Koptev, 11.79, winning the first of the semi-finals. Sergei Petrichenko is his guide. Can the Russian go 2 in a row? And on the outside, coming through as the fastest loser, Martin Parejo-Marza. His guide is Timothée Stewart-Ortiz, 6th in Doha over 100 metres. Can he find some magic here to get in amongst the medals? Cantero Lopez of Spain in 1. Timothy Adolphe of France in 3. Koptev of Russia in 5, the defending champion. And Parejo-Marza of Spain on the outside in 7. This is the final of the men's 100 metres T11 for athletes with little or no sight whatsoever. 4 really talented men here, but arguably the favourite is Adolphe in 3, with Koptev, the defending European champion, on his outside in lane 5. The relationship with the guides here, absolutely crucial. It's a battle of communication as well as speed and finesse. No room for errors in such a short race. Can the Frenchman, Timothy Adolphe, add a 100-metre European title to his 200 and 400 crowns from Swansea 2 years ago? You can sense the tension rising around this Olympic football stadium. One or two calls of encouragement from the crowd, who will soon go quiet. This is it. It's the moment for one of these men to deliver a sparkling performance. So who gets the best start? It's pretty even. Adolphe is just moving in towards his guide. This is tight. I think the Frenchman's going to do it. Now he's coming away. Adolphe is the European champion over 100 metres. Koptev, the defending champion, has to settle for silver this time. 11.44, the unofficial time. And that's less than a tenth of a second outside his European record. Well, he was bobbling to his right a little bit towards his guide in the early part of that race. It was a fairly even start, but where the Frenchman showed his class was the last 30 metres, and as he pulled away, there was nothing the Russian could do to stop him. What a fantastic gold medal for the Frenchman.
And it's his first ever championship gold over 100 metres. He's been excellent over 200 in the past, Timothy Adolphe. But this is where he began to come through. It was so tight between Adolphe, Koptev and Breka Matha at halfway. And then Adolphe just shot away. Koptev was struggling. And Adolphe takes a tremendous European gold. It is very close to that European record set in Paris pretty much a year ago, a year and a day ago. 10th of June 2015, and 11:43 it's been ratified as. Adolphe is the European champion over 100 metres this time, having previously scored over 2 and 4. Alain Leblanc.
Well, the first three men coming home inside 12 seconds. A really high-quality race, but it was the second half of that 100 metres where we saw the Frenchman show his strength as well as his speed. Timothy Adolphe is the European champion with a championship record. No disgrace with Andrei Koptev, silver medal 11.70, and Parejo Maza coming home inside 12 seconds, denying his compatriot the bronze.
Another great quality performance, and France get their first goal. Grosseto2016.com and on social media, hashtag Grosseto2016 to guide you through the week. It is a 6-day event. We're getting underway 10 a.m. Central European time every day, and the afternoon session starting at 4 p.m. 1600 Central European time, an hour earlier for the UK and Ireland. 9 p.m. and 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. respectively every day. Men's high jump, Lukas Mamcats, as we join this event for the first time. He is the reigning European champion. This is T42 to 44. They're the leg amputee categories. 2 from Poland in this. And because it's a dual category event, Lukas Mamcats is a reigning European champion, and so is another Pole up against the Mattia Lepiato. Lepiato is also the reigning world champion. Mamcats clearing.
Sorry, Will, and thinking back to London in 2012, this event absolutely captured the imagination of the public. They absolutely loved watching the amputee high jump. Huge respect from the crowd. It was one of the great moments, actually, the amputee final in that high jump.
There are many events on this circuit that the general public would not have seen before, and as soon as they see them for the first time, they're hooked. And 3 of the top sprinters and jumpers we're seeing here. Women's long jump, T42 to 44 medal ceremony. And this competition has just whetted the appetite of what we're going to see over the coming months on the track and in the field. And Germany with their first gold of the week in Grosseto. Three big names, previous champions, all jousting in this. Lilia de Klerk of Belgium was just edged out of the medals in the end. 4 starters, 3 medalists. It's on the -1 principle, and it is a couple of familiar faces of the Italian presentation party again. There is an Italian medalist in this also. But first, Marie-Amélie Lefebvre, a previous champion. And in terms of the points, she found herself out of it in the end, down in the bronze medal position, but still a championship record of 5 meters 69 at the T44 category. All the others in this T42, so Lefebvre has another medal to join the collection. 6 times previously a major champion. It was silver in Swansea for Martina Caroni of Italia, the reigning European and world champion over 100 meters, and it's another long jump silver for Caroni, the Italian Paralympic Athlete of the Year for 2015, after she took the world title in Doha in October. And it was silver in the long jump there, and it was silver in the long jump behind today's champion. Tenth major championship medal of her career, but second today behind another great German champion. She's retained her European title, a second European gold to go with the world crown claimed in Doha in October. Vanessa Loh of Germany has done it again. Swansea, Doha, and now Grosseto. She's finished top of the podium in the long jump. Silver in the 100 behind Caroni in both those championships. She'll be looking to dethrone the Paralympic champion over 100 meters in Rio, and to emulate what she's doing here. Another high moment for Germany's Vanessa Loh. She's the European champion again. So Vanessa Loh takes gold for Germany again. She's got the 100 meters to go, and she'll have her eyes on the biggest prize of them all in September in Rio. Her other half's not a bad athlete either. These could easily be the three in the top step of the podium in Rio again, if it ends up being a multi-category event once more, which obviously it may not be. There's a real glow of satisfaction around Vanessa Loh here.
And I think if you bear in mind how disrupted Martina Cheroni's season has been this year, I think she'll be quite happy with that. She's back, she's competing, she no longer has pain from the prosthetic. It meant she's actually arrived here with only about a month's training, so that's not bad to get on the podium. There's obviously more in the tank there, and she'll need it to get on side with Vanessa Loh and the rest, but a good performance from the Italian. Meanwhile, the medal ceremonies continue thick and fast. This is for the men's 1500 metres T20. And what a great race this was, by the way. Absolutely brilliant. We had three classy Russians in this. Two Polish athletes, both of whom had won medals in London in the Paralympics. And a very, very exciting young Russian talent by the name of Alexander Rabotnytsky, who ran brilliantly to win the 800 last year in Doha in a scorching time of 1:53. Well, it was to be silver for him this time, because the two Polish men ended up on the podium once again. So the bronze medalist, Rafael Kork, he ran a really nicely judged race, 3:56.78, just a shade behind the man in second place. A bronze in the European Championships to go alongside his bronze in the London Paralympics 4 years ago. Well, what a talent this young Russian is. 22 years of age. He's a 1:53 man over 800. Just beaten here. Third in Doha over the 1500. He upgrades his medals over 3 3/4 laps of the track from a bronze last year to a silver this year. Just ran out of steam for the gold at the end, but he is a huge talent, and I reckon he's going to take that time of 1:53 down to under 1:50. He's only 22. There's much more to come from Alexander Rabotnytsky. But the winner, timing his drive on the outside to perfection. The long loping stride of Daniel Peck carried him wide on the outside and on to European Championship glory. A new European record as well, 3:56.28, and that surely eclipses his Paralympic silver from London. That was the best tactical run we've ever seen from Daniel Peck, and what confidence he'll take from that going forward to the Rio Paralympics. A fabulous 1500 and a brilliant winner who richly deserves this moment to shine. And he now turns to hear the now familiar Polish national anthem. What a day it's been for the East European nation. Daniel Peck is the European champion.
Signore e signori, vincitori delle medaglie.
Gold and bronze for Poland and silver for Rabotniczki. A great race earlier on this afternoon, especially for those of you who are fans of the 3 3/4 lap events. Well, just a little wrap up here of a brilliant men's shot put competition, F46. We're watching the Lithuanian Andreas Skuja's final round throw. There was to be no improvement of his 5th round winning throw of 13.84. He was coming out for the glory throw and couldn't add to his personal best. Or what a great way to secure a European Championship gold. 13.84 in his 5th round effort. That was good enough for European Championship gold. He took a couple of decent scalps as well. Matthias Schulze, 13.37. He got a bronze in Lyon in 2013. He was beaten to the gold, and Hamza Dogan with the season's best for Turkey. He came home in 3rd place, but the gold went to the Lithuanian with a personal best. Big fella, and he was certainly pleased with his afternoon's work.
So back to the men's high jump, and this is the 3rd attempt at 1.70 m. Lucas Mamsarts doing his best to stay in the competition. Lepiato, Telly, Broom Edwards have passed up everything to this mark. So Mamsarts could be going for a medal here. He doesn't know yet, but he's managed to get over it at the 3rd attempt. He's a massive fan of Mutazesa Bashim, the Qatari jumper. Massively influenced by the other Pole in this competition as well, the multi-gold medalist Mattia Lepiato, who has, in a way, taken him under his wing. That is brilliant technique. And Mamsarts is over, and he is our current leader. But he needed that to stay in the competition, and there is Lepiato alongside. 3 attempts needed, only cleanly over 160. So we see the athletes ready for the women's 200 metres T13 final. Least visual impairment. And this will be an interesting one. Some field finalists are being introduced elsewhere in the stadium at the moment, which is why the athletes here are being held up slightly for the moment. This is where Mara Duran took the glory in Christchurch world record. As you can see, it's been an overcast afternoon here in Grosseto. It's 5:45 local time on this Saturday evening. Portugal, Germany, Italy and France contributing the finalists in this women's 200 metres. It's a good field. Italy on the medals table. Can they get another one here? Carlotta Bertoli in a first major championship. 15-year-old who's qualified for this final. Nanatin Kaita, the European and world champion over 400 meters for France. Daughter of the famous Malian musician Salif. Carolina Duarte of Portugal, her first major championship as well. And Engelleiter of Germany, twice a major championship medalist in the past. Nanatin Kaita of France, Malian extraction. She is Bamako born. A French national who has won 5 major championship titles in her career, 3 of them at world level. Here is the 15-year-old for Italy, Carlotta Bertoli, first major championship. Can she possibly get a medal here? Jana Sophie Engelleiter of Germany, based out of Cottbus. Silver in the 100 metres. The last 2 European championships in Swansea and Stade Canal. And also major championship debut for Carolina Duarte of Portugal from Madeira. She's with the Marítimo club, Funchal, who have a somewhat successful football wing, playing Newcastle in the Europa League a few seasons ago. Very successful multi-sport club. So Duarte in 3, Engelleiter in 4, Bertoli 5, Keita in 6, and at least one of the championship debutants is going to get a medal here. 4 in this final. T13, and it being the most minimal visual impairment, no guides needed here, but the vision is somewhat impaired. This is the same category as Jason Smith. So Duarte for Portugal in 3, Engelleiter for Germany in 4, Bertoli of Italy 5, and surely the favourite in lane 6 here, Nanitin Keita, the reigning world and European champion over 400. We are away. Keita in 6, definitely well worth watching. Excellent start by Engelleiter. She's overtaken the young Italian Bertoli outside in 5, and Duarte's absolutely flying for Portugal here. What a start by Duarte. Keita's going well in 6. Keita in the lead. Duarte in 2nd place. Engelleiter in 3rd. Keita working hard not to tie up. Duarte's fighting to try and pull her back, but Keita takes the European title. Duarte the silver, and Engelleiter the bronze. 25.71. That's not very far away from Keita's European record set in winning silver in Beijing 2008 at the Paralympic Games. Keita winner, all right. 25.69. It's inside the outgoing championship record, and she's so close to a European record as well. Keita with the glory, Duarte with the silver in her first major championship.
Really good race, that one. Keita, championship record, 25.69. She's on the left of frame here. And as you mentioned, she's got great strength over the 400 metres. But what a run from Carolina Duarte coming through on the inside. I think she was helped by how quickly Engelleiter got away in lane 4. I think that kept Duarte in contention, and she was starting to close, I thought, just a little bit towards the end. Personal best 26.13 in 2nd place. Engelleiter was rewarded also with a lifetime best, but what a win there for Nanitin Keita of Malian extraction, as you said. She's only a couple of tenths of a second outside her European record, which has stood since 2008, and I think that bodes well for Rio. She's managed to build on that form from 8 years ago. A fantastic victory for her, and personal bests for the rest of the field.
Very impressive. Keita, the only one without a personal best today, but a championship record will do nicely, and she's got the gold as well for France. Duarte 2nd for Portugal, Engelleiter 3rd for Germany. Well, as you can see, a really nice attendance here today.
Yes, and if you've been with us right from the beginning, we started at 4 o'clock with the men's discus F56. First man to throw was Ramanus Fabesius of Lithuania. So, where are we with this competition? Well, unfortunately for Fabesius, he is in 5th place at the moment. Slobodan Miletic is leading at the moment with a championship record 38.24. He was the 2nd athlete to throw, and he was a silver medalist in the European Championships a couple of years ago. So this is Mustafa Yusinov, very, very big man, the Bulgarian, a gold medalist in the Javelin last year in Doha in October. 45 years of age, 4 times a major championship bronze medalist. So this is his first effort, and it's gone out towards the right-hand side of the allowable lines there. It's landed shy of the 40-metre line. So just a reminder, 38.24 is in the lead with Miletic of Serbia. Alexander Spitsin is in second place with 34.48. So it's a good standard here. Of the 5 men who've thrown so far, 4 have set personal bests. So, just waiting for Usinov's mark to come through officially. Massive, massive arms. He is a big, big unit. 36.56. His first round throw moves him up into second place. So a very, very good opening round throw there from Mustafa Usinov. Bronze medals in Christchurch in 2011 and in Lyon in 2013. Can he find another couple of meters? He lets out a big roar with that one. It looks fairly similar, perhaps a fraction lower, or shorter as I should say, than his first round effort of 36.56. He's certainly very much in the mix here, but remember there are 10 men to throw in total. Another 4 to come once the Bulgarian has finished his 6 efforts. $34.80. So 4 more attempts here for the Bulgarian world champion in the javelin. Spitshin, the Russian, is in third place at the moment with 34.48. So we've got around about 2 meters from first to second and second to third, and from third to fourth. So the 45-year-old trying to show all his experience. He's very, very close every time he throws to that right-hand line. I think he landed just inside there, so it will still be measured, of course. Oh, actually, maybe not. So he's got the red flag. Puts his left hand on his hip, and that is indeed a no throw. He's a long way clear of the athlete in third place. That's Alexander Spitshin. But he's 1.75 meters behind Slobodan Miletic, the man from Serbia, the silver medalist from 2 years ago, who has led for most of the competition. He was the second man to throw. And we turn our attention to yet another medal ceremony. Well, we had some really classy medalists in the men's T20 1500 meters, and an intriguing race here that was won by a teenage Turkish athlete who we are sure to hear more from in the future. There were only 3 in the race. That's why we only see a gold and silver awarded. I talk about a battle between youth and experience. The winner's just 18, the silver medalist 43 years of age. And the big question with this race regarded whether the Turkish teenager had gone off too hard too early. She established a really sizable lead after the first 300 meters, went through in around about 55 plus change. But once she established that advantage, there was absolutely no catching her. A great, great victory. So the presentation party have been introduced to the crowd. And the silver medalist, the same position she occupied in this race back in Swansea 2 years ago. Maria Fuza, 43 years of age, a season's best 5:21. She was around about 6.5 seconds behind the winner, and it did look as though she was closing on that last lap, but it was not to be the gold this time. What a fine ambassador she's been for Portuguese athletics over the years. She just missed a medal in Sydney way back in 2000. That's how long she's been around at the top level. and a medal for her guide. Really nice, actually, that nowadays the guides also receive medals. It is a partnership, and one cannot do it without the other. So a great moment for Jose Ferreira, who also collects a silver medal and gets a kiss on the cheek and the flowers as well. But the winner, at the age of just 18, representing Turkey, her major championship debut, and it has finished with a gold. Osnur Aluma went straight to the front, and she was not to be beaten. 5:15, a personal best from her. There's loads more where that came from. She's so young, still learning the event, and once she builds up a little bit of mileage and stamina, she will be hammering her way beneath the 5-minute marker. Osnur Aluma is the European champion, and her guide Ahmet Tas will also receive a gold medal, and maybe not a peck on the cheek from this fella, but he'll get a bunch of flowers as well. Osnur Aluma is the European champion, and in this, her first major competition. And now comes a moment she will never ever forget. She gets to hear the Turkish national anthem playing just for her in this Olympic stadium. What a talent from Turkey. We will certainly be seeing more from her in the future. And is that the last medal in the long, illustrious career of the 43-year-old Maria Fiuza? Well, we shall find out later on this year if she makes it onto the Portuguese team for Rio.
That's a sensational display from Osnur Aluma. Taking the gold medal fantastically, and suddenly she's in the spotlight ahead of Rio 2016. Great opening day for Poland, and for this new Turkish name also. The medal ceremonies continue. A couple of world records in this men's long jump T36 for the man in the middle for Russia, Evgeny Tursunov. And really, it was a magnificent sequence of results for Tursunov as well on the way to glory. But the terrific opening day for Poland continuing in this, even though they didn't get the major medal of the three. They've won 8 medals on the opening day, 4 of them gold, and 2 of the 8 coming here. Mariusz Sobczak of Poland with the bronze, previously European champion back in 2012. Smatching of silvers apart from that, including going way back to the World Championships in Lille in 2002. Pure delight for him and his international teammate here. That being Marcin Mielcarek of Poland, who always had a strong advantage over Sobczak and the rest. Sobczak coming good in the final couple of rounds to get a medal here and to get the bronze. Mielcarek always in second position, but just a significant gap away from gold. 5:35 lifetime best set in the opening round, and that was more than half a metre off the gold in the end, but it's still silver for Mielcarek, who's been winning major championship medals since Athens 2004. He emerged last October in Doha to be crowned world champion in the long jump, and now Evgeny Torsunov is the European champion too. 5.81 meters, his world record set last September in Sochi going into this first attempt. 5.91. Took a while for it to be ratified. The wind reading right. That a new world record, and then went out and added 2 centimeters onto it. Couldn't advance any closer to 6 meters, but maybe that'll come in Rio instead. Evgeny Torsunov takes the gold in the men's long jump. T36 and a couple of world records for Russia. An anthem that played 41 times in Swansea. They'll be doing very well to match that this week at these European Championships. But Torsunov, on the opening day, takes it for Russia. From the long jump to the high jump. And Jonathan Broom-Edwards of Great Britain. So his first attempt at 195, currently lying second, having cleared 191. And he's got it. He has got it. Silver in the last 3 major championships. Lyon, Swansea and Doha. And he's put himself in a prime position here. Remember, it's a multi-category event, so we are going to points. Mozart is still leading with 175. That's a championship record, 917 points. Broom-Edwards stays second. Third clearance in a row. 199 will be up next. The reigning Paralympic world and European champion for Poland, Maciej Lepiato. Poznan born. Works quite a number of different roles in athletics. The wing being another European champion, be among that, and might well be. He's cleared at the first time of asking as well. Needs a few distances more, certainly needs to go above 2 meters 10 to be anywhere near the gold medal. And look at that, he's well clear. Lepiato has got quite a distance to go. 1.99 meters at the first time of asking. His first jump of the competition, and he's clear into second.
Well, the flags are beginning to flutter once again. The wind is picking up, and so too the tension and the drama as we turn our attention to the women's 200 meters T11 final. athletes who are blind or very close to, and therefore requiring guides. Really good semi-finals this morning. So, Finland, Russia, Poland and Italy represented here. On the outside, Arjola Dedage. She's called Duracell by her friends. 7th in the long jump in Doha last year. Silver medalist in the 200 metres back in Swansea. Joanna Mazur, her senior international debut came last year. She was brilliant, winning the second of the semi-finals in 28 flat. She'll take some stopping. Is this a day when a teenage Russian can upset the Polish woman outsider, Alina Samigulina? A really good qualification from her. Relay gold medalist last year in Doha. And on the inside, brother and sister combination, Ronja Ojar and her guide, her brother Jesper Ojar. She came through as a fastest loser. So Ojar on the inside for Finland, then Samigulina of Russia in 3, Mazur of Poland in 5, and Dedage of Italy on the outside. It could be very tight indeed between the Russian in 3 and Mazur of Poland, outsider in 5. The final, the women's 200 metres T11. Guides making sure their athletes are perfectly positioned and comfortable in their blocks. There was only 0.17 of a second separating the two winners of the semi-finals, Samigulina in 3 and Mazur of Poland in 5. Absolute silence in the stadium.
Set.
So it could be a cracking battle between Samigulina in 3 and Mazur in 5, and it's Mazur who's got the better start, coming up onto the shoulder of Dedage. So can the young Russian find something in the second 100 metres, because the advantage is with Mazur at the moment. Can she hang on? Samigulina is driving. She's trying to close, but she's not going to get there quickly enough. Mazur is the European champion. Samigulina takes the silver. The unofficial time, 26.74. That is so much quicker than they both produced in the semi-finals earlier today. Great running that. Not too far outside the European record. Samigulina tried all she could, but the great start from Joanna Mazur was continued into the home straight. And 1 year after her senior international debut, she has taken the European title and taken it in fine style.
Well, this is another tremendous story from the 2015 debutante, and it's her first major championship, and it being the first day of that first major championship, she's debuted with a gold. Samigulina was fighting back very well, and at one stage with about 60-70 to go, certainly was outpacing Mazur, but the lead was too strong. Samigulina couldn't draw it back, and Dedeye and Oya, who I actually thought would have been a bit more to the fore than they were, found themselves fighting for the bronze, and Dedeye took that for Italy, so they take up another home medal in the opening day, but it's Polish gold again.
Joanna Mazur, at the age of 26, is a European champion. That was a fine run. Alina Samigulina takes her first major medal while still a teenager, and Dedage joins Martina Caroni as an Italian medalist on day 1 here in Grosseto.
So another great result for Poland in the opening day. It's their 5th gold medal, and are they on the brink of a 6th, perhaps? Going back to the men's high jump, where the reigning champion is a Pole, and former Mattia Lepiato. It's going to be a good fight between him and Jonathan Broom-Edwards of Great Britain for the gold medal, but it's currently another Pole in Lucas Mamsarts who's top of the pile. Now this is 2:03 then for Lepiato. It's a points event. Mamsarts clearing 175 but no higher, but it means that Lepiato has to go beyond 2 meters 10 in order to overtake his compatriot. Edwards is still well in this, but Barasteli of Turkey has fallen by the wayside, so it is 2 medals for Poland and 1 for Great Britain, but in what order? So here goes Lepiato, and he's actually moved on a bit here. He's past 2:03, he's clear at 2:07, and he's still not satisfied. That's the mark of a real winner. He's a press officer for a number of Polish athletics meetings on the IAAF circuit, some very significant ones. The one that Usain Bolt ran in Warsaw a couple of years ago, cleared 1:99, clears 2:07, passed up everything else. He looks on his way to gold. At the moment, it's Poland 1 and 2. Broom Edwards is down in 3rd place, but that'll help him no end, clearing 2:07 himself. Born in Reading, now based in Loughborough, which is a big centre of athletics learning. Silver in the last 3 major championships, the last 2 Worlds in Lyon and Doha, and the last Europeans in Swansea. Well, he's had clearances all the way himself. He hasn't passed up much, and he's in joint 2nd with Lepiato. The pole returning, 1st attempt, 2:11. If he gets this, he'd be on 902 points. And he has got it. He's still in 2nd, but now he's only 15 points and drawing closer and closer to Mamsat. And Lepiato holds the world record of 2:18. Anything close to that, and he'll get the gold again. Broom Edwards still has some hope of getting the top mark for Britain, but Lepiato looks in really strong form. 2:11.
Just a quick update, if you've been with us from the beginning, the men's discus F56, it's still Slobodan Miletic leading the Serbian, but we still have 4 more athletes to throw over on the far side of the arena. It's an event that takes a very long time because the 10 throwers have to be allowed time to ensure that the throwing position is absolutely perfectly suited to them. So it's Miletic leading at the moment, with Yusinov, the Bulgarian, 2nd, and Spichin of Russia in 3rd. Long way to go though in that competition, which is just towards the bottom right-hand side of your picture as we look at this wide shot of this beautiful little stadium here in the early evening Italian sunshine.
Somebody's got a very good car parking space here, as you can see. The Carlo Zucchini Stadio Olimpico, which, like a lot of athletic stadiums, doubles as a football ground here for FC Grosseto, who have been Serie B. Just looking at the Liga Pro branding around the stadium, makes me think they've been relegated. They'll be playing in the 3rd flight next season. It's a football venue for the 1960 Olympic Games, so it gets to call itself a Stadio Olimpico, being an Olympic venue. I'm not sure we'll ever have a Stadio Olimpico Old Trafford, but women's shot put F12 medal ceremony, and there's only 2 medals for this, as there were 3 starters. So Rose Willepa of France finishing 3rd, but missing out on a bronze medal, as the honours divided between Belarus and Russia. A traditional Belarusian crest on the singlet of Tamara Sivakova. Football crest has gone back to being that as well. It used to be something a bit more modern, which obviously they paid a lot of money for, but now they've gone back and followed tradition, like the athletics and the Paralympic Federation. More about our winner in a moment. Tamara Sivakova of Belarus will be our first medalist. Yes, for Belarus, Tamara Sivakova, who made her debut for the Soviet Union back in 1989. Loads of medals since then. This is her 18th. Fourth silver to go with 12 gold. Most recent gold medal coming in the discus to the Europeans in 2012. She had a great run of results through the noughties. But since 2012, this is her best result. She won silver at the Worlds in Lyon in 2013. It's her first silver in the last 4 years at any major international championship. And it's silver for Sivakova because Sofia Oksem takes gold for Russia. She's the reigning discus world champion. Silver in the shot in Doha at the World Championships. Having won bronze in the shot at the last Europeans in Swansea 2 years ago, finds herself top of the pile here. Twice discus world champion. It's the first time she's won a major international shot put title. Russia have now won 6 gold medals. Poland likewise. Sofia Oksem takes gold in the women's shot put, the F12 for Russia. It was a world record as well. We've heard it so often. I think we could easily all sing it ourselves by now. It's not as if they shouldn't have it ready. I mean, Russia are somewhat successful at this, but hey.
I'll hum it if you sing it, Will.
What are the words again? Well, at least it's not like Copa America where they played the wrong anthem. So this is slightly preferable.
Well, she is taking this very well here because it is every winner's right to hear their national anthem.
They've decided that they'll pose for the photos and she can sing the anthem herself later. Well, I remember Wayne McCulloch won a boxing gold medal for Northern Ireland at the 1990 Commonwealth Games, and the same thing happened, and somebody came from the crowd, said, "Give me the mic and I'll sing the Northern Ireland national anthem," and that's exactly what happened.
That is a brilliant story. Well, so we need a volunteer then from the crowd here. Here it comes.
And we got there. Gold for Russia and Sofia Oksem. It was worth the wait. Her third major championship gold medal, but her first at European level. And she's still only 22. And for Sivakova, it's another moment of glory in a never-ending career almost. 18 major championship medals now. And Belarus was only a Soviet republic when she started her international career.
So, hopefully they've got the anthems sorted out this time. They'll need to play the Bulgarian national anthem for a lady flourishing into her late 40s. Unbelievable, the gold and silver medalists in this event. There's hope for us all. 47-year-old has won the title, a 56-year-old has taken the silver. This is the medal ceremony for the women's F57 shot put competition. And what a cracking end to the competition it was from the winner, who saved her very best till last. But the bronze medalist, Miroslav Obrova, took up the sport in 2013 after being injured in a car crash in 2009. 6:23 was good enough to get her on the podium. That was her third round effort. A very consistent series, 5 throws over 6 meters. She was by some margin away and clear in the bronze medal position, but a little way shy of the 2 women who will rise a little higher on the podium. The silver medalist. What a performance from the 56-year-old. I'll say that again. The 56-year-old from Germany, Martina Willing, a cross-country and biathlon medalist at the Winter Paralympics back in 1994. And here she is, still going strong more than 2 decades later. 7 meters 89 in the 5th round, all 6 throws over 7 meters. A brilliant series, a wonderful advocate and ambassador for IPC Athletics and for German athletics, and she's richly rewarded with yet another silver medal. After 2 decades at the top, that mantelpiece must be groaning under the weight of accolades, trophies and medals. The champion, a Sydney Paralympic gold medalist in 2000, and 16 years after her finest moment in the sport comes another major accolade. Ivanka Koleva is the European champion at the age of 47. 4 throws over 8 meters. She saved her very best for last, 8 meters 50. In the 6th and final round, Koleva receives her flowers, and she too took global accolades just as Willing did. She was a world champion in the discus back in 1994. 2 women who are flourishing into the latter stages of their international careers. And it will be the national anthem of Bulgaria, proudly playing for the 47-year-old European champion. Ivanka Koleva conquered all today here in Italy. So the golden oldies have turned it on in style again. Ivanka Koleva and Martina Willing are the gold and silver medalists, with Miroslava Obrova taking a bronze medal back to the Czech Republic.
So now, let's bring you to the men's javelin, the F37 and 38. This is Dmitry Silov's. It's a multi-category event, so it's being decided by points. Silov's the reigning European champion, silver at the last two World Championships. A solid effort. 54.86 in the opening round, a European record. 53 meters 15, not an improvement, but the European record is still his. So now the women's 200 meters, T36, 38, two semi-finals in this, and we have the reigning world champion, Margarita Goncharova of Russia, the world record holder, set in Doha back in October. 3 gold medals at the Paralympic Games in London, but not in this. Previous world champion in 2011, Goncharova. Major titles going back to 2006, and her husband Ivan, also a very decent para-athlete. Kadina Cox of Great Britain, the 100 meters world champion from last year, and also gunning for Rio in paracycling, winning a world championship earlier this year. Maria Fernandez of Portugal also in this. Bronze in the 400 meters way back. Sydney 2000, her only major championship medal. Claudia Nikolajczyk, along with Goncharova, huge amount of major championship medals to her name. And she is the reigning European champion. For Anna Trena-Wierciak of Poland in lane 3, her first major championship, although that hasn't stopped her teammates today. So Nikolajczyk, the European champion in 4, Goncharova, the by 3 reigning world champion in 7, and Cox, the 100 meters world champion in 6. Away first time, solid start by Cox in 6, Goncharova in 7. Cox, I think, has actually started better over the Russian, just about to overtake in terms of the stagger. Nikolajczyk of Germany going well in lane 4 as well. It's the first 3 who qualified to the final, and the next 2 fastest losers. I think we've already worked out who the first 3 are going to be. Goncharova is going very well for Russia here. Looks like she'll take the honours. Cox in 2nd place for Great Britain, and in 3rd, Nikolajczyk. Move back, that's Trena-Wierciak of Poland who's moved up into 3rd place. 27.75, the unofficial winning time. It's a second outside Goncharova's world record, so she wins easily. Cox in 2nd place, but Trena-Wierciak did brilliantly there to move up into 3rd. Nikolajczyk fell back, way back.
Well, a good run there from Goncharova. Her time has been confirmed at 27.74, a championship record. The 2 athletes on the far left of picture, and I think you could tell in that race that Kadina Cox is more comfortable over 100 metres. She is a big, strong woman, and while she stormed past Goncharova on the bend, I think she just struggled a little bit in the last 30 or 40 metres. She is a very big, powerful woman, and the 200, I think, is a harder event for her than the 1. Goncharova showed her class there, no panic at all when Cox came past her. And a good run for Trena-Wierciak, with a personal best actually for her, 28.18 in 3rd place. Fernandez of Portugal also got a PB in 4th, but Goncharova looked really smooth there. That was a classy piece of qualification.
Well, the top two well clear. The rest, Goncharova, championship record, 27.74. It's been rounded down to Cox in second place for Great Britain, 28.03, but magnificently on her championship debut. And a trainer Wierciak of Poland third, 28.18, lifetime best. Same for Fernandez in fourth. Nikolajczyk, European champion in this 2 years ago, struggling. Lepiato then. This is the attempt that would win him the gold, I make it. 2 meters 15. Oh, he's missed it. That should do it, though. I think the points will be in his favour. Poland 1 and 2. Broom Edwards with the bronze for Great Britain. Well, Lepiato moving the bar up and up and up. Mamcharts has taken it on points. Championship record 175. Lepiato the silver, and Broom Edwards the bronze for Great Britain. So it's Poland 1-2. They take another gold medal, but maybe in the reverse order that might have been expected. Mamcharts wins it on points.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the women's long jump T47 final.
E siamo alla gara del salto di lungo femminile, categoria T47.
Classes T45 to 47 and F45 to 46.
Men's javelin throw is still underway, so too the men's discus. And the women's amputee long jump competition is also about to start, the T47. We've had two magnificent long jump competitions already here today. Let's hope this is the third.
Yes, this is a points category again. This is Mitchell Dutton of Great Britain, first major championship from the St Albans club, lives in Watford, and that's gone beyond 30 metres anyway, and it is points. Dutton was in fifth going into that throw. That's his third round attempt. 33.96, 36.09, 650 points. He's 119 behind bronze at the moment, which is Petr Vratl of the Czech Republic. Silovs of Latvia leading with the European record, 54.86, which equates to 1,055 points. Well, Dutton needing a couple of metres before he can get into the top four, and he hasn't got it. 34.66. And he stays in fifth place. Silovs, our leader for Latvia. Now 5.22, Lukas Czarnecki of Poland, who's lying in fourth place. This is the fifth round now. His first major championship. He's 16 years old. 38.11, lifetime best. Coming in round one. Well, again, that's beyond 30 metres. Comfortably so. Mitchell Dutton's fifth round throw was 31.56. Czarnecki with 38.11 in the first round is about 80 points behind Petr Vratl in the bronze medal position. It's Alexander Lishenko of Russia who's in second place at the moment, and 36.41 is not an improvement for the Pole. Magnificent opening day for his nation. Here's the man in the bronze medal position, Petr Ratl of the Czech Republic, 39.85 in the fourth round, improved his first round throw by 20 centimeters, 775 points. Penultimate throw. Ratl and Lysenko are different categories, so we can't really accurately compare the distances. Lysenko has thrown about 6 meters further, 46.43, but they're down to points. That's a red flag anyway, so Ratl will not advance and he stays in third place. 39.85 is best so far, 775 points. Lysenko still in second, and Silovs our leader. This is the man in second place. He's never won a major championship medal before, but that's going to change today. 6th in the Javelin in Swansea 2 years ago. Lifetime best today of 46.43, which came in the second round. That's a major throw. That looks well beyond 40. Silovs and Lysenko are both F-37s, so we can compare the distances. Silovs with a 54.86. That's what needs to be beaten in order for him to go into the gold medal position. There's a good chance he may have set a new lifetime best, but it won't be enough for gold. He'll stay in the silver medal position. And it is a new lifetime best, and he's added over 1.5 meters to it. 47.97, 948 points, but Silovs is still 1,000 points clear and 7 meters. Silovs on the way to retaining his European title that he won in Swansea 2 years ago. And he finished 4th in the long jump in that. Was a regular long jumper. Didn't medal in that. Switched to the javelin. Won silver in the World Championships in Lyon. And hasn't looked back since then. European champion from 2 years back. And another silver in the javelin last year in Doha in the Worlds. And look at that. Each one of his throws today would have been good enough for gold, and I bet that one is too. "27-year-old from the capital, Riga. Came very close to a medal in the long jump in Swansea, finished 4th there. May still give that a shot here. This is the penultimate round. 50 meters 47. It's not his best, but it's still on its own would have been good enough for gold. We're into the final round now, and this is Dusan Gressel of the Czech Republic. His wife Daniela is also a para-athlete, and Gressel is coached by the man lying in third place, Petr Ratl. Jori Kuhud of the Czech Republic finishing 7th, but the medal ceremonies continue.
So we turn our attention once again to another victory ceremony and another great gold for Russia. This was a fascinating race. The women's 200 meters T53-54 wheelchair athletes. The athlete in second place, Zubaidi Zupageci, got an absolutely blistering start and was then closed down in the second 100 meters. But a brilliant race and a brilliant victory and a championship record going to a 26-year-old Russian, of whom there will be a great deal more in the future. Lovely early evening sunshine just emerging. There is a little flutter of wind around this stadium, and we've still got, don't worry, about an hour and 20 minutes worth of world-class IPC athletics for you. So the bronze medalist Sri Lankan, adopted by a family in Switzerland and proudly flying the flag for them and doing so in fine style after a bronze medal over 800 metres in Swansea. It's another bronze medal here in Italy over 200 metres. Alexandra Helbling holding on brilliantly to prove she is now a force to be reckoned with over the sprints as well as the middle distance events. Good push from Helbling, 32.67, a season's best. Collecting her flowers. Still only 22. She was 7th in Doha over the 200 metres, and this was a really great performance, and hopefully she'll take a lot of confidence from this moving ahead for the rest of the season into the Paralympics. And so too will this woman. European bronze over the 100 in Swansea. It's silver over 200 here. Zubaidi Zupageci, perhaps just paid for a slightly too adventurous first 100 metres, but she hung on brilliantly for the silver. She got out of the blocks like lightning. Made the final in Lyon over the 200 metres. And this has been another step up in class for an athlete who's also just 22 years of age. Turkey have struck gold already once today, and here's a silver to add to their collection. But what a finish to this race by Natalia Kocherova, a silver medalist last year in the 4x4, but this is all gold and all her effort here in Grosseto. Zupageci set the fast pace early on, but Kocherova had the talent and the drive to come through for the victory. 31.47, winning by over half a second in a new championship record. She's a talented winter Paralympian as well, and now she's proving her credentials on the track. She is the European champion, and once again the stadium hears the rousing Russian anthem. Kocherova with a fine victory. No problem getting the Russian national anthem blasting out on that occasion. Kocherova, a great winner. Zupageci, a super starter. And Helbling, yet another major championship bronze. Great race. Well, the ceremonies just keep on coming when it comes to IPC Athletics. And this European Championships is no exception. We've had some brilliant visually impaired races today, not least of which the men's 100 metres T11. Frenchman victorious on that occasion, and I wonder how much heart he took from the late winner that France produced in the opening match of Euro 2016 yesterday evening. A few people checking their phones here in the stadium. The European Football Championship taking centre stage as far as the region's media is concerned. And here come the men ready to be presented with their medals for the 100 metres. French winner, Russian silver medalist, and a very good bronze for the Spaniards. David Brown, the American, is the world record holder. Massive figure from the United States. He's gone under 11 seconds. And this fella is the European record holder, and he happens to be the European champion. Very, very close to his European record, actually, in victory. Meanwhile, let's turn our attention to the bronze medalist, Martin Parejo Mazar. 11.94 in qualifying, 11.98 in the final, edging out his compatriot for the bronze. He got a bronze 2 years ago in Swansea, and he's replicated that medal in fine style here in Italy. Very good long jumper as well. A couple of relay bronze medals in his time. And nice to see his guide, Timotei Stewart-Ortiz, also picking up a European Championship bronze medal. And the flowers, of course. Parejo Mazar inside 12 seconds in both the semis and the final. The defending champion, dwarfed by his guide here, but he's a small, powerful performer. He arrived here as the defending champion, but this year Andrei Koptev had to settle for silver. I tell you what though, no disgrace in running 11.70. He won his semi-final in 11.79, so he did improve in the final by almost a tenth of a second. A great run from Andrei Koptev and from his guide, Sergei Petrichenko. Koptev was a torchbearer as the Winter Olympic flame made its way through Russia towards Sochi for what was a brilliant edition of the Winter Paralympics. Koptev a silver medal to add to his growing collection of accolades and medals. I'll talk about a burgeoning medal collection. The 26-year-old Frenchman, Timothy Adolphe, is the European champion over 100 metres after doing the double over the 200 and 400 metres 2 years ago in Swansea. He's a double world medalist over 400 metres, got a bronze in Lyon and in Doha. He won his heat in 11.62, the European record holder, and won the final in 11.43. A championship record, a champion's performance. And he will head to Rio with high hopes of upsetting the American dominance in this event. Timothy Adolphe is the European champion over 100 metres, and now we will get to hear one of the world's great national anthems. Hear this in a Six Nations context, and it will have the hairs on the back of your neck standing to attention. What an anthem, and what a race from Timothy Adolphe. He is the European champion. Great racing still to come from him later on this year, and we've still got 5.5 days of fantastic action to come here in Grosseto. Victory for France here today, with Russia in second and Spain in third.
So back to the men's javelin. Mike Mitchell-Dutton coming towards the end of the competition, his final round throw. And a man with his eyes firmly on Rio. Still 20 years old, his first major championship. Very impressive throwing from him. 36.09 in the second round. He has Lucas Czernecki in his sights. Can he get beyond 38.11 in order to move up into 4? 36.23, stays in 5th place, but it's been a very good debut championship for Mitchell Dutton.
So our first chance to have a look at this T47 women's long jump. Nicole Rodemakina, European champion over the 100 metres and the long jump. Very high knee lift. She's the Paralympic champion as well. Very talented Russian, still only 23 years of age. Pretty much perfect on the board. Lovely high knee lift on her running action. Not easy for an amputee. 5.17 her first round effort. That's a solid start for the European champion. So now to the second of the women's 200 metre T36, T38 semi-finals. What a cracking lineup this is, by the way. Sophie Hahn of Great Britain in 3. Twice a world champion over 100 metres, twice a silver medalist over the 200 metres. Ivanova, Paralympic champion over 100 and 200 metres, goes in 5. And Olivia Breen, a Paralympic finalist in 6. So, Sophie Hahn, still a teenager. She's a tiny figure, but she is so fast. Her leg speed turnover is absolutely brilliant. Double world champion over 100 metres. Lindy Arve of Germany goes outside her in 4. She's only 17 years of age. Alana Ivanova, world champion over 100 and 200 metres, Paralympic champion over 100 and 200 metres. She's in 5. And Olivia Breen of Great Britain on the outside. This, the second semi-final of the women's T36, T38 cerebral palsy 200 metres. The first 3 guaranteed to advance to the final as of right. Hahn in 3, Arve of Germany in 4, Ivanova Russia in 5, Breen of Great Britain in 6. Sophie Hahn was about to go down into her blocks on her marks, and the starters just asked for a little bit of order. Olivia Breen stepping back now behind her blocks. There was a little bit of adjusting going on. Goncharova, that is Olivia Breen in 6. Goncharova, the brilliant Russian, has already qualified. Kadina Cox is through from that first semi-final. There's great rivalry in this event and in this category. Sophie Hahn will want to put down a really good marker here. The Charnwood Athletics Club athlete, inspired to get into the sport after watching London 2012. Hahn starts in 3. While Sophie Hahn will want to send a message to the other semi-finalists. And my goodness me, she's done so. That is an absolutely blistering bend from the 19-year-old. She has left everybody trailing in her wake. Lindy Arve's in 2nd place at the moment. Ivanova's absolutely nowhere, and Olivia Breen is trying to come into the mix into 3rd place. Sophie Hahn, the stride now shortening. She's running into a big headwind there. 27.46, a great start to that run from Sophie Hahn. She's inside the winning time of Goncharova from the first of the semi-finals. Lindy Arve took 2nd, and I think Olivia Breen came home ahead of what will be a very disappointed Ilana Ivanova. Sophie Hahn's start was absolutely blistering.
Yeah, absolutely magnificent. I'm just trying to look up if it's close to a lifetime best, actually. 27.46. And as you say, it's a very stiff headwind that she was running into there, Rob. Absolutely strengthening as the day has worn on, something that we didn't have in the morning session. And Arve was just beginning to cut the gap to her, but, I mean, Hahn making a very big point to the world record holder who came through in the first semi-final that she will not have it her own way at all. Hahn, very, very impressive. And what a talent she's emerged as being in the past 24 months.
Oh, she's absolutely amazing. Sophie Hahn has got the weights and hopes and support of a nation on her young shoulders. 27:44, a championship record. She's the fastest qualifier for this final. And what a start. That bend was absolutely unbelievable. Lindy Ave is there. Olivia Breen has qualified. So here's a full look at the lineup. Ilana Ivanova has made it through as a fastest loser. So too Maria Fernandez. 3 Britons in that final. And what a head-to-head that could be between Sophie Hahn and Margarita Goncharova.
Hahn's lifetime best, by the way, is 26.7. Men's javelin is wrapping up, the F37 and 38. And this is Lyashenko, who is in the medals in second place. That lifetime best of 47.97 coming in round 5, 948 points. He's 100 points behind Silovs. He has to improve really by 7 meters. And that obviously hasn't done it, which means that Lyashenko has the silver and Silovs has the gold for Latvia. But we'll have that confirmed in figurative form for you.
Second announce.
So Lyashenko 45.65, and in second place he won't overtake Silovs. And here is his final attempt. 54.86 in the opening round, winning it for him, but as we've already said, his 5 previous attempts would have been long enough to win the gold. His shortest before this, 49.96, and he still would have won by about 40 points. European record in the first round as well. So let's see if he can wrap it up with something more spectacular. It looks a bit shorter, all right. But the reigning European champion has back-to-back titles to his name. Puts him in a strong position, having won silver in the last 2 World Championships. There is our now 2-time European champion for Latvia, Dimitris Silovs. And in fact, his final attempt would have only seen him finish second behind Lyashenko, but it's a European record anyway. Everything else was beyond. 54.86, and Silovs takes the gold. Lyashenko, silver for Russia, and Rattle, bronze for the Czech Republic.
So, Alexandra Moguchaya. A no jump in the first round, that's better. That is better. Silver medalist in the European Championships in Swansea, over 400 metres, 25 years of age, absolutely spot on the board. Quite a strong tailwind, plus 2.6, so it wouldn't count if it was up towards a record-making distance. 5 meters 60, she's in the lead, and that is much, much better from the Russian in the second round.
As you can see, the sun is coming out again here. Still have about an hour left in the session. Some medal ceremonies involved in that. Still got 6 medal ceremonies to go. Track action in the men's 100, T13 semi-finals. And still a couple of field events, as well as the women's long jump T47, which we've been dipping in and out of. That men's discus F56 is still going on. It is now, right now, entering its 4th hour. Started 3 hours ago and 1 minute. So the men's high jump T42 to 44 It's been a great opening day for Poland, and again an event where they pick up 2 medals.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory celebrating the event, T42-44.
But not in the order that would have been anticipated. It was a good opportunity as well for Jonathan Broom-Edwards to maybe get the gold for Great Britain. Sir Philip Craven is leading the presentation party. The IPC president. He'll be enjoying that the World Championships will be back in his homeland next year in the Olympic Stadium in London. First time that the same venue will have held the IAAF and IPC World Athletics Championships in the same year. So Jonathan Broom-Edwards, 3 silver medals previously in the last 3 major championships. The Worlds in Lyon, the Europeans in Swansea, the Worlds in Doha, and now the Europeans in Grosseto yields him a bronze medal. One more height would have had him up with Mattia Lepiato, and he would have thought that if he'd done that, then he'd have a big chance of gold, but Lepiato didn't get that either.
Winner of the silver medal, representing Poland. Medaglia d'argento, Maciej Lepiato, Polonia.
Mattia Lepiato of Poland, now the former European champion, world champion at the last 3 games dating back to Christchurch, the reigning Paralympic Games champion, but his European crown is now gone, and it's a very unfamiliar silver medal for him. I'm not sure he's ever actually been beaten in a major championship high jump before. Certainly not across the last 5 years.
And European champion, representing Poland. Medaglia d'oro e campione europeo, Lucas Mamzarz, Polonia.
Mattia Lepiato has been encouraging the career of this man, Lukas Mamzarz, who had his own European title to defend from T42 from 2 years ago. It's a combined category this time, and on points he's taken it. Previously bronze in Doha, Lyon and London. It's a Poland 1-2. They've won more gold medals than anyone else. They're top of the medals table. Lepiato the silver, Mamzarz the gold. And what a glorious opening day in Grosseto at these European Championships it has been for Poland. You can't complain about their opening day. As we said earlier, parasport has become a lot more high profile in Poland on a day-by-day basis. Konobis in the shot put, Mazur in the 200, Nevidziel in the 15, Jakowski in the shot put, Daniel Peck in the 1500 meters, and now Lukas Mamzarz in the men's high jump, Poland's new European champions for 2016, and Rio's knocking on the door. They've sent as strong a squad as they could, and they have reaped the benefits so far. Russia have won 1 more medal overall, and in the American system that would have them top of the medals table, but on the global system it is Poland top. More medal action coming. Men's shot put at 46.
Yes. So there were only 3 who started this F46 shot put competition, which means although the athlete in 3rd place registers a finish as a 3rd place performer in the European Championships, we only have a gold and silver being presented on the stage here in Grosseto. Fascinating character who picked up the silver medal here. As we have a little look at the winner, we'll be stepping forward. So, the German, Matthias Schulze, a bronze medalist in Lyon. He got a bronze, incidentally, in Swansea as well. He's just done 9 months volunteering in Tanzania, helping to make and build prosthetics for people in communities who wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity to get any help whatsoever. A man with a big heart and big talent. Schulze takes the silver medal. The winner and the European champion from a nation with a fine reputation for throwers in IPC athletics and able-bodied athletics. For Lithuania, Andrius Skuja, still just 23 years of age. He was 7th in Doha last autumn, and he's upgraded to gold here with a personal best which came in the 5th round, 13.84. That was his winning throw ahead of Schulze's 3rd round effort of 13.37. Skuja is the European champion, and now we get to hear the Lithuanian national anthem booming out in the early evening sunshine here in Italy. Great win for the Lithuanian, and Schulze takes another medal to add to his collection. 2 big men, and they will once again do battle, you suspect, come the Paralympic Championships in Rio in September. Now then, this competition has been going on for the entire duration of the afternoon session. It's the men's discus. Now, could we have a win for Rudzi, the Bulgarian, the European champion? He was only 9th in Doha last autumn, but he would have been disappointed with that. A brilliant shot putter. And look at that. He's done it. The very last competitor, 39.33. What a performance by the Bulgarian. His winning effort coming in the 3rd round. Enormous shoulders and a huge talent as well. So, after some 3 hours and 11 minutes, Rudzi, the Bulgarian, is the European champion with a championship record. Miletic of Serbia, who was in the winning position for such a long time, has to settle for silver, and Usinov makes it a bronze for Bulgaria as well as the gold. Our very first thrower, incidentally, Verbasius, ended up in 10th place.
Rushdie, so good they named him twice. Good opening day for Bulgaria too. There's another men's discus on as well at the moment, F34, which we may have a chance to catch up with shortly.
Great long jump competition unfolding. This is Stilana Smaragdi, bronze medalist in the European Championships back in 2014. That's over 5 meters, isn't it? So the last athlete we saw jumping in our coverage was Alexandra Moguchaya, who went out to 5.60 in her second round effort. So still waiting to see where this puts Smaragdi. So a 1 centimetre improvement on her second round effort. She's up in a medal winning position at the moment. Rhoda Makina with that really high knee lift. European champion. So she's here defending her title. She went 5.17 in the first round, 5.25 in the second round. Remember, she's chasing 5.60, which is Moguchaya's lead. It's a Russian 1-2 at the moment, although Rhoda Makina would love to defend this title in style and put herself at the top of the leaderboard. Gets a lot of height on the hang phase of the jump. Still watching and waiting. That's a good card, isn't it? 5.17, 5.25, 5.37. She's closing the gap on Moguchaya.
So as you'll see, decent smattering of spectators in the main stand here at the Stadio Olimpico Carlo Zucchini in Grosseto in Tuscany. It's turned out to be a pleasant evening here. So the finals action is over on the track. Still a couple of finals to be decided out in the field, including that women's long jump and the other men's discus. And on the track we have 2 more semi-finals to come. And this semi-final 1 of the men's 100 metres T13. This is the event where Jason Smith is the world and Paralympic champion. Took the world title ahead of Chad Perris in Doha of Australia last October. We do have the reigning European champion in this, in Radoslav Zlatanov of Bulgaria. Jason Smith did move to T12 for a few months, but then was reclassified to T13 again. It's a system which happens ahead of every major championships to make sure everybody's in the right classification. So, Philip Handler, New York born, moved to Switzerland as a 5-year-old with his family. Silver in the 100, bronze in the 2 at the European Championships in Stade 2012, bronze in the 100 in 2014. And here is Radoslav Zlatanov, the reigning champion in this. Finished 4th in the long jump in Swansea. And in Doha, 5th in the 100, 4th in the long jump back in October. 4 major championship medals to his name, but just the 1 gold. And his all-time sporting hero, Hristo Stoichkov. He was good in his day. Andrei Kuzmin also in this for Russia in 5. Helped them to relay gold in Doha. It's Nick Pon of Poland in 2. Zorzi of France in 3. Podara of Romania 4. Kuzmin of Russia 5. Handler Switzerland 6. Alves Portugal 7. Zlatanov of Bulgaria in lane 8. And Alves, by the way, winning 2 medals in Sydney 2000. Relay gold in the 4x4. Bronze in the 400 metres. So it's the first 3 to automatically qualify, but not this time. There's the gun for the false start. Nick Pon was about 40 metres through. Handler going back towards the line. Zorzi in lane 3 is his first major championship. Could have been 3 or 4. Zorzi or Prandaru.
It's marginal, isn't it, Will? Very tight. I was watching the Romanian in 4. If it was him, it was by a absolute whisper. I wonder whether this might actually be a faulty rather than a false start, because it is so tight, certainly as far as the naked eye is concerned.
It's red against Prundaru. Remember, this is a rule which has come in from swimming. One false start and you're disqualified, and he is an international swimmer as well. World Championships 2013, he was 5th in the 200 individual medley, 6th in 100 breaststroke. But I'm afraid the man from Cluj is nowhere here. He's been disqualified.
Was very tight, very
tight.
tight. Sorry, Will.
Them's the brakes, I'm afraid. It's the electronic readout that the officials work off, and Prundaro, for them, was the guiltiest party. Zorzi got away with it. So Nippon in 2, Zorzi 3, 4 is spare, Kuzmin 5, Handler 6, Alves 7, and Zlatanov in lane 8.
Set.
Away the second time of asking. Brilliant start by Philip Handler of Switzerland in lane 6. And look at Kuzmin go. Kuzmin's going well. Zlatanov in 8. This is going to be very tight. First 3 to make it. Zlatanov makes it through. Zlatanov, Handler, Kuzmin, the 1-2-3. 11-2-9. Brilliantly done. Zlatanov showing great pace, fleetness of foot. Handler started magnificently, but Zlatanov in the middle section of that, absolutely superb. They are a very strong Paralympic nation, Switzerland. And Zlatanov takes it for Bulgaria.
Zlatanov, a really, really good win there, but he had to dig that one out at 11:29. I thought Kuzmin ran really well. Look at the athlete. He's third from the right-hand side, 6'4'1". The Russian. I think he's up even on Handler at this stage. A really good run by the Russian. And now the big, tall figure in red starts to put Kuzmin under pressure. He wins the battle for second, but Zlatanov came fast on the outside. This could be a very, very competitive final indeed. A great finish from the defending champion, the Bulgarian. But he needed it because he was under pressure and off the pace for the first 50 metres.
Kuzmin is probably an athlete who's going to do big things one day. He's 20 at the moment. It's a lifetime best for him in third, 11:39. He, Handler and Zlatanov, the 3-2-1. And they're through to the final. Nippon will have to wait, but it's a good time.
Classes 31 to 34 are allocated to athletes with coordination impairment who can be seated for throwing events or in a racing wheelchair on the track.
Concentrating once again on our long jump competition. Angelina Lanza of France, 6th in Doha in the long jump. She's got really good speed, 5th in the 100 metres in Qatar as well. So she had 2 no jumps in the first 2 rounds, living dangerously, then headed out to 5:17. Got a little bit of work to do there to make full use of the board. Looking for something good here in the 4th round. Third at the moment is Smagajdi of 5 with 5:18, the Greek. Oh yes, she's moved up to third with 5:24. Good performance there by the French woman. Now Rhoda McKenna. Her card has been really good, actually. She's gone 5:17, 5:25 and 5:37. She's still trying to close in on this lead of 5:60 by our compatriot Mogachaya. And that's another good-looking jump, isn't it? Lots of height on the board. It looks as though it's comfortably over 5 metres. But can she close in on her compatriot, who at the moment is out front and has been since the 2nd round. Reasonable on the board. Goes for that hang technique, pushes out those legs, good extension of the hamstring. Every jump so far has been better than the previous. And so that trend continues, only by 2 centimetres, but she's edging ever closer. Now Mogachaya. No jumps in the 1st and 3rd rounds, but she got that 5:60 on the board, and that's the lead at the moment. Looked very, very tight on the board. Be interesting to see that one back, checking that she got the white flag, and she must have done because she's smiling. That's a good jump. Is it any improvement on 5:60? She must have been Almost, there she is, almost spot on the ball. Not much left to play with there whatsoever. So an inconsistent card, but it's been good enough for the lead. Oh, she's added 14 centimetres to her lead here. She's closing in on the European title with just 2 rounds remaining. So, the medal ceremony for the women's visually impaired 200 metres, T13. That is the highest category, i.e. those with the most sight of all the visually impaired competitors. This was a great victory for France. Timothy Adolphe has won another one of the visually impaired sprint races. So it'll be double delight for the French here on this opening day in Grosseto. There's the winner. A woman more comfortable, or certainly as CV would recognise, over the 400 metres, but a great performance over the 2. Good day for the Germans, and a very good day for the youngster Janne Sophie Engelleiter, a silver medalist over the 100 metres in the last 2 editions of the European Championships, and her fine record of collecting medals continues here. She picks up the bronze over the 200 metres with a lifetime best as well, 27.82. And you can never ask more of an athlete than a personal best in a major final. That is class. Engelleiter, who turns 21 in August, less than a month before the Paralympic Games. A bronze medalist here over 200 metres. The silver medalist in her first major competition, Carolina Duarte. Portuguese athletes with a great reputation when it comes to middle and long distance races. Great steeplechasers, great marathon runners. Sara Moreira in the able-bodied ranks. Sophie Duarte, a great cross-country exponent. And now Carolina Duarte, no relation I don't think. In her first major competition, she picks up the silver. 26.13, another athlete on the podium with a lifetime best. And the European champion, born in Mali, and now brilliantly flying the flag for France, Nanetine Keita, a world and European champion over 400 metres, just reminding everybody that she's got plenty of raw speed as well. She's the European record holder, that time of 25.51, set back in Beijing, and here she is 8 years later, coming very close to that time, 25.69 here in Italy, a championship record, close to her fastest ever performance. Keita is rounding into great form just a couple of months ahead of the Rio Paralympics. And for the second time today, we once again get to enjoy this amazingly rousing, fantastic French national anthem. What a great win for the athlete still going strong 8 years after setting the European record. Keita, Duarte and Engeleiter, France, Portugal and Germany will be in the headlines tomorrow after a fabulous race over 200 metres. So, Angelina Lanza moved up into third place after that 5:24 in the fourth round. Don't think she likes that one. May well have got the red flag there. Yeah, red flag straight away, and she knew that. She was way over, my goodness me, her heel was even over the plasticine board. So a no jump in the fifth round. Lanza has one more opportunity to secure bronze and maybe put some pressure on the two Russians, Rodomachina and Mogachaya. This is Staliani Smaragdi, Greek athlete who was in the bronze medal position for much of the competition after her 5:18 in the third round. But she's seen that be overtaken by Lanza, who we've just watched produce a no jump in the fifth round. Lanza's in third then with 5:24. So Smaragdi needs to improve on 5:18 and add some 6 centimetres to her best so far to give herself an opportunity to once again claim a finishing position on the podium. Dance music pumping out around the stadium. We are heading towards the end of an exhausting but enthralling first day of action. Here goes the Greek woman then. Bronze medalist over the 100 metres 2 years ago, and you can see she puts that raw speed to good effect. She's still only 20. She got a silver 2 years ago in the long jump with 4:89. You can see how much she's improved therefore since then. Perfect on the board. 5:18, remember, in the third round, and needs 5:24 to once again reclaim a spot amongst the medals. Watching and waiting. .520, oh, it is an improvement, but she's still 4 centimetres shy of Angelina Lanza of France. The Greek woman stays in fourth and has one further jump to come. Rodomachina, she's got better with every jump. 5:17, 5:25, 5:37, and then her best performance so far, 5:39 in the fourth round. But the lead is held by Mogachaya at the moment, her compatriot, with 5:74. So there's a good margin of improvement required here if Rodomachina is to upgrade silver to gold. Just watching her body language and reaction to that one. I'm not sure she feels she's going to be challenging Mogachaya's lead with that jump.
European champion representing France.
I think this is going to come down to the last round. Yeah, 5:24. She's still in second place, but she needs to find something special with her last jump to turn silver into gold.
Just to update you, by the way, men's discus F34 has been delayed about an hour due to the fact that the F56 went on for over 3 hours. And that medal ceremony, by the way, has also been delayed too. Finally, we're getting good weather here now. Still a little bit blustery. Has been all day. You can see from the national flags of Europe along the roof of this Stadio Olimpico. Carlo Zucchini.
It is quite fresh. Here's Mogachaya then in the fifth round. She knows she's leading, and she's the last athlete to take her penultimate round jump. 5:74. She's had a sort of scratchy card, 2 no jumps, a 5.60 in the second round, and then she improved with that lovely jump of 5.74. And you can tell immediately she knows that won't improve on her 4th round effort. So, Mogachaya is edging ever closer to the European title. No improvement in the 5th round, but everyone else now only has 1 jump in which to try and beat her and deny her another major title. 4th in Doha. She's going to finish higher than that here, you suspect. So this looks as though it will be Dilba Tanrikulu. She's had 3 no jumps, and then a 4.95 and a 4.97 in the 5th round. So lying in 5th place overall. A much smaller competitor than the 2 Russians. She's way over the board there, so her best effort of this European competition will remain that 4.97 secured in the 5th round. Yeah, she was clearly over the board there. So 5th place for the Turkish athlete. Well, a few clouds are gathering. We did have a smattering of rain towards the end of the morning session. The flags are fluttering as we edge towards the end of our action on the first day. And we've had some cracking performances, Will.
Yes, we have. And we're not done yet. We still have 1 track race to go.
Yes, our last efforts on the track. It's the 2nd semi-final in the men's visually impaired 100 metres. So, Machowski in 1, Ivan Jose Cano Blanco. And there is Machowski. He got a bronze in the 200 metres in Doha last year, and a double European silver medalist back in Swansea. Cano Blanco of Spain in 2, Dragson Nielsen of Norway in 4. And there is Alexei Labsin, the Paralympic champion over 400 metres. Double silver over the 1 and 2 back in Beijing. He's a brilliant performer. Zach Shaw of Great Britain in 6, Hakan Sira of Turkey in 7, and the 31-year-old Michel Camozzi of Italy on the outside. So it's the first 3 to advance into the final. Zlatanov, the defending champion, came through very late in the first of the semi-finals with 11.29. So the 2nd semi-final of the men's 100 metres T13. Machowski of Poland in 2, Labsin, the Paralympic champion over 400 metres, in your screen there in 5. And it could be very tight for the 3rd automatic qualifier spot. Machowski, Cano Blanco, Dragson Nielsen, Labsin, Shaw, Sira, Camozzi. First 3 will advance to the final. It's a clean start, unlike the first semi-final. And what a start by Labsin. And he's pulling Zach Shaw along with him. And look at that on the inside, Machowski. Machowski's taken it by miles there. Labsin 2nd, Zach Shaw in 3rd. Wow. Well, Machowski caught me by surprise there, because Labsin got a brilliant start and it all looked as though it was going to the form book. And Machowski came through like a steam train. Unbelievable. Labsin's been given 11.41 unofficially, Shaw 11.49. Great times from those 2. Machowski's been rounded down to 11.17. So strong in the second half of the race. Well, he is by far and away the most impressive qualifier so far.
Thumbs up all the way, certainly from Labson, but look at Michalski go. Now he's way back at that stage, and then from the final 50, just puts up another gear. Labson down in second place, had a little look over and knew that he was going to comfortably qualify automatically. But what a great performance from Zach Shaw as well for Britain in third place. But Michalski, 11.17, great result.
Matthias Michalski coming through brilliantly for 11.17 and into a 1.9 metre headwind as well. Labson second, Zach Shaw makes certain of his qualification. Sira, I think, might go through as a fastest loser. Indeed he does, along with Jakub Nikpon of Poland, but Michalski, well, he will start that final as favourite, you suspect. Zlatanov is the defending champion, but he's going to have to go some to beat the Polish athlete who just produced 11.17 into a pretty meaty headwind.
Yeah, Zlatanov did well as well and winning his semi-final at 11.29, but saw that time eclipsed magnificently in that second semi-final. We've got one final field event, the men's discus F34. That's starting very, very late indeed. As you can see, it's still very blustery.
Rodder McKenna in this brilliant long jump competition. So she was hoping to deny her compatriot the gold medal. Needs to be 5.74 or better if she's going to do that, and I'm not sure she's there. Still been a fine performance, probably the most consistent of all the athletes in terms of her series. She'll be on the podium for certain, but which colour? Well, it will be second. 5.30 in her last round, so her best effort is 5.39. Mogachaya, the European champion. Can she finish with something magical here on a lovely Saturday evening in the sunshine in Grosseto? 5.74 her best so far. Well, that was big. That would have been big. It's a red flag, but that, make no mistake, was a very big jump and could well have gone close to the 6 metre line. The world record, incidentally, held by Carly Beattie of Australia at 6.01. Oh, that was so tight. Wow, she could have argued that one. She wasn't even in the plasticine. She's asking, please, can you measure it? I don't think she even touched the plasticine there.
I mean, it could be an old mark that's been seen there if it hadn't been replaced. It's gone down as a foul anyway. And as you can see here,
I don't think she touched the plasticine there, and the reason she's pleading for that to be marked is that she knows that jump was very, very close to the world record. So, ever so slight mixed feelings on becoming the European champion in a championship record. That jump was massive, and I don't think it was a foul.
well, she'll take a deep breath. She does have the championship record of 5.74. Well, that may have been something else indeed for Mogachaya. But she does take the European title. So Mogachaya wins 5.74, the championship record. Rodder McKenna, it's a 1-2 for Russia. 5.39 and Angelina Lanza takes the bronze for France. 5.24. Svigadi so close for Greece in fourth place. And because that event continued for quite a while, their medal ceremony was due to be in the next few minutes. That'll be delayed, along with that very long-running men's discus, the F56, which started the afternoon session and very nearly ended it. I actually think these are probably the best crowds we've had for a major international championship since Lyon. The crowds in Lyon were quite big at the Stade de Rhône. A few thousand per night. And Grosseto is a very good athletics town. Women's 200 metres. T11 coming up.
Well, this will be a great moment, not only for the winner, but for the Italians, who will get their moment in the sunshine here after a wonderful bronze medal. And yet again, it's gold for Poland, dominating their position at the top of the leaderboard in terms of the medal tally.
It's been a great opening day for them, with Joanna Mazur taking the honours in a championship record, but Italy pick up another medal here. And all the guides, remember, nowadays receive a medal too, which is only fair.
Well, bronze, what a performance. Her teammates and her friends call her Duracell because she's got so much energy and never stops moving. Arjola Deja came through for the bronze with a fine performance, 28.39. She's enjoyed more consistent success as a long jumper over the years, but here she comes, and what a moment to collect a European Championship medal. She has been on the European podiums before, but not here in Italy, not on home soil. A silver medal over the 200 and in the long jump in Swansea. And I think this bronze will mean certainly as much for her. A medal for her guide as well, and they'll get the flowers. And I agree with you, Will. Actually, just thinking back to Lyon, the atmosphere there was excellent. It was absolutely baking hot in Lyon. It made the distance races in particular, either visually impaired or wheelchair, absolutely brutal. But there was a good atmosphere in Lyon, and this feels much more similar. Better than we enjoyed in Doha, and I'm certain that Dedaj will enjoy her moment on the podium, and so too will this teenage Russian, Alina Samigalina. She's only 19. She missed out on a place in the final in Doha over 100 and 200 metres, although she did pick up a relay gold. But this is her first major individual medal, and a silver. Won her heat in 28.17 and was way quicker than that, 27.10, a fantastic run from the Russian. Her guide did a fantastic job as well, and Natalie Bystrov, both of them collecting silver medals here. It is getting a little bit breezy now. The evening's action winding down, just one field event still to come. All the track action has finished. Well, if 27.10 was an impressive performance for silver, this gold medal winning performance was absolutely magic. With a time of 26.73, a young woman from Poland, Joanna Mazur, who only made her senior international debut last year, she smashed the championship record, and she's become the European champion over 200 metres. Plenty of friends and family will be watching back in Krakow. Her guide, Michal Stawici, he too picks up the gold medal. 26.73. Well, she'll take massive confidence from this, moving ahead towards the rest of the season, and of course the big one in September in Rio. Poland have found another international sprinting superstar here, and her name is Joanna Mazur. And what a first day for the East European nation. Yet another gold medal. An amazing moment for the 26-year-old now. So a great performance from the young Polish woman. Mazur, Samigolina and Dedage. Poland, Russia and Italy. A great day for all three nations, actually.
Just to let you know that the track action for the night is now over. There's still a couple of medal ceremonies to take place before the session is totally finished. But the track action's done for the opening day of Grosseto 2016, where Poland have won 6 gold medals and Russia 2.
So our very last competition of the day.
Yeah, it's the men's discus throw F34. It's a seated throwing event, which means all 6 throws taken at once. This is Evgeny Malik, who's the reigning European and world champion in the shots. He won bronze in the last Europeans 2 years ago in Swansea, and he's a liable candidate for this. The defending champion is Daniel Scheil of Germany. We may see him later. So Malik is in contention for this. F34, 22.66 it is. He's our first thrower, all the throws taken at once. So this is Radmilo Barinin of Montenegro, his 6th and final attempt. Best up to this, 21.33. It's a solid throw by the Montenegrin. There are 5 in this final. Martin Dvorak of the Czech Republic, Daniel Scheil of Germany, and Nikita Oblapov of Russia, the others. Baranin with a very good attempt.
.22.09 for Baranin. So he is in 2nd place.
It's been put down as a championship record as well, even though he's lying in 2nd place, but he's an F34, and that's why Malik is an F33. But it has been done on distance and not points. And this is Daniel Scheil of Germany, a former international footballer at youth level for Germany, but suffered a heart attack almost a decade ago, and on the IPC circuit now. Won 3 medals in Swansea. He is the reigning European champion in this, and also in the javelin, and won bronze in the silver. Bronze in the shot. Repeated that act in Doha last year. Daniel Scheil is now 43 years old. And if you do play for Germany at national youth level, was a very, very good football talent. He was playing in the regional leagues, played for Wismar Aue in the Oberliga, which is about the 4th flight of German football. And he did that as a 16, 17-year-old. Couple of practice throws to go first. You are nowadays allowed 5 minutes to settle in and take a few practice throws. And the sort of unwritten rule of being able to take a little break, a drink or whatever after the third throw. That's now actually gone, and the rule has been tightened up. It was never a case that you were or weren't allowed a drink or a break or chance to take a breather midway through your 6 throws, but now you absolutely are not. You have to continue on in rotation.
Well, I guess it's important as well to try and sell the competition. If you take everybody out after 3 throws, you're almost doubling the amount of time the competition takes, and it must appeal to as wide an audience as possible, and it deserves to.
The thing as well is, I mean, you'll remember from Doha, there were certain periods, about 2-hour blocks in the middle of the session, which were aimed at live TV in various countries. And the intensity was magnificent. I mean, we had race after race, very strong throwing events. They made sure the strongest events would be in the middle of the evening session each night. This is the almost never-ending men's discus throw, the F56. It went on all day, but it came to an end. 3 hours, 10 minutes, I think it was. And in the end, it was Bulgarian glory. It's meant that the F34, which you've had a look at, had a delay of over an hour actually now. And this is a competition which was not determined until the final thrower, which was right at the end of the day.
Flowers will be presented by Luca Baccari, President of the Italian Paralympic Committee, and Emilio Bonifazzi, Mayor of the city of Grosseto.
The Grosseto Mayor on hand. Part of the medal ceremony.
The winner of the bronze medal, representing Bulgaria.
And Bulgaria picked up 2 of the 3 medals here. Mustafa Yusenov of Bulgaria taking the bronze. Nebojša Đurić of Serbia down in 4th place. Just missing out on a place in the medals in the end. Bulgaria have traditionally been very good at this. Mustafa Yusenov is the F55 European and world record holder from Christchurch, the World Championships there 5 years ago. And here he is picking up the bronze this time around.
Of the silver, representing Serbia.
Medaglia d'argento, Slobodan Miletić, Serbia.
Slobodan Miletić of Serbia taking the silver medal, the 30-year-old. Great result for him. He was in pole position for a long, long time. Looked as if that medal draped around his neck would be gold. Somewhat pensive reaction for a moment there. Miletić narrowly denied the gold medal because the final thrower came good.
Medaglia d'oro, il nuovo campione europeo, Rusdi, Bulgaria.
Rusdi of Bulgaria is the European champion. The 10th and last thrower to go, and he pulled it out of the fire superbly right at the end of the event. Remember, the first thrower in the competition, there was a slight problem with the measurement of a couple of his efforts, so he had to rethrow. It held the competition up quite a bit. But at the end of it all, Bulgaria have taken another title, and it's Rusdi in the men's discus. 2 gold medals now for Bulgaria today. Plus that bronze as well. Well, they have got off to a brilliant start here, as of Russia, as of Poland. France and Bulgaria, the nations, to have won at least 2 gold medals on this opening day.
And he waited a very long time to throw in the competition. You know, you prepare for action, and obviously he would have factored in that there were 9 other athletes ahead of him, but it was a very, very long afternoon of watching and waiting and keeping those big shoulders warmed up, ready to unleash an enormous throw. And he did it just when he needed it the most.
So it's Daniel Scheil of Germany back again. All 6 throws at once, remember. And we'll see his first attempt. So 22.66 is the lead, being held by Evgeny Malik. Four previous major medals for Scheil. Two of them gold from the last Europeans in Swansea. He's our reigning European champion. And he's in a strong position potentially here, because that's gone beyond 20 metres by a decent amount. Got himself perfectly in rhythm. There's a good chance that throw's given him the lead. Germany with Vanessa Lowe's gold for the long jump earlier today. And Scheil, with his first throw, hits the front in the men's discus. And the reigning champion hits the front at the right time. 2 more to go in this. Martin Wojak of the Czech Republic, Nikita Oblapov of Russia. Well, I can tell you that second throw, 24 metres 16, which improves his advantage. Just a slight breakup as he was mid-throw, but it was a really good effort from the former footballer.
A good card from Scheil in the end. And he has now finished his series. You saw him being helped out of his chair there. F34, so it's a cerebral palsy category. 34 means that some of them are able to walk and some choose to spend their time in a chair. So Scheil does lead. So we saw that first round throw of 23.85. His second round effort was then 24.16.
So Scheil, let's see the rest of his throws. 23.85 in the first round. That was his second of 24.16. A lot of these throws improving the advantage and giving Germany a strong opportunity of their second gold medal here. Last 2 championships have seen him win bronze in the shot, but in the discus he's in a strong position. So 24 metres 16 for Scheil. An improvement of 31 centimetres of what he did in his opening round throw. Just getting himself readjusted somewhat, though, you can see.
And it's quite good having a look back at this, actually, because, you know, it shows you why these events do take a long time. They are very big, powerful performers, and they need the reassurance of knowing that the chair on which they're performing is absolutely locked down. So sometimes between each round, especially if you're looking at a really big unit like Daniel Schiel, the assistants who do such a great job just make sure that that everything is strapped down. So that was his third round effort, and I think you could tell there from his face that he knew there was no improvement on his second round effort of 24.16. Remember, he set foot in the throwing position, requiring a throw of better than 22.66 to take the lead. So he knew at this stage of the competition he was already in the lead, but I think he felt there was more to come after that 24.16 in the second round. 22.82.
Well, each of his throws to date would have been enough to put him into the gold medal position. Remember, 2 more to throw after him, and he's in the lead, so he's guaranteed the bronze at least. But to be honest with what he's amounted with so far, likelihood of him getting the gold medal increasing all the time. Now that looks a little bit further than his third round effort. 24.16 in round 2. A European record, by the way, would be set if you were to get past 27 metres 17, as denoted by the IPC.
Using that cloth to dry his hands to make sure there's absolutely no moisture whatsoever, preventing him from unleashing a good throw. So that fourth round was his best throw of the competition up until that point, 24 metres 87. So he moved further ahead of Yevgeny Malchik, the Russian who was first into the throwing circle. 22.66 was his best, which came in the second round. So here was Daniel Schiel in the fifth round, trying to improve on 24.87, and this turned out to be his biggest of the 5 throws in the competition. Maybe just hurt his right hand a little bit there. He was just gripping it, but that was a very impressive performance in the fifth round, Will, sailing out to beyond 25 metres.
That gives him an even stronger lead now over Evgeny Malak of Russia, way back in second place. His best of the day, 25 metres 07, increases his lead even further. Now, I'm just wondering if he hasn't hurt himself with that penultimate throw, though. You can just see a look of general dissatisfaction. In a position where he must have thought that, okay, the final round throw, let's give it everything, make it as spectacular as possible. But there's, I think, maybe a lot of strength there. And as a result, it's a lesser throw. It's just beyond 20 metres, so 25.07 will be his best. And he's in position for the gold for now. But it could have been better, possibly.
Well, when he got out of the chair at the end of those 6 throws, he knew he had a sizable lead, and someone is going to have to produce something very, very special to deny Daniel Schiel the European title. So, 6 successful throws, every single one counted, but his best 2 throws, that 24.87 in the fourth round and then 25.07. There's the completion of his card. Schiel is in the lead, and by quite some margin.
And the first 5 would have been good enough for the gold. So at the moment, Daniel Schiel leading for Germany, 25.07. Malak second for Russia, 22.66. And Baranin third for Montenegro, 22.09. 2 to go. Martin Dvorak of the Czech Republic is the next to go. Bronze in the shot, 2014. 5th in the discus in Swansea at those last Europeans. Dvorak has got himself strapped in. still sprightly at the age of 22 as well, and he has a few minutes in order to get himself in position and comfortable and able to do some recorded throws. And this is the last event, everything else is done. Still a few medal ceremonies to come at the end of the day,
including that really classy women's long jump competition, and the clock just giving the youngster an indication as to how much time he has left before he has to start registering his throws. He is the youngest in this competition by 6 years.
The rules brought in just to speed things up, because previously you could have 3 throws, but it could take you a long time to get in. But now you're given 5 minutes. You get in, you get strapped up, you've practiced throws. You can have as many practice throws as you like within the allotted period. And obviously, as is the case in the IAAF circuit with, we'll say, the pole vault, you can finish your warm-up early and just go for it.
So a big opportunity for Dvorak, but a big challenge as well. Daniel Scheel is in the lead with that 25.07. Time for the youngster from the Czech Republic to deliver here. Just loosening his shoulders out again.
These are knocking around 22 meters. So Balinin is 22.09, Malika's 22.66. There are a few F-33 throwers in this, and they take the top 2 places at the moment, but it is an F-34 finalist, not classed as a multi-category event, which means it is distance all the way.
Pumping himself up there, Dvorak. So he's just preparing himself for battle here, stretching out front and side, just making sure that the back is as loose as possible. And when you think of the force they must put through the top half of their body, because it's the waist upwards that's taking all the torque and the force and the change of direction, they've really got to make sure they've stretched as much as possible.
Yeah, it's the strongest rated of the seated cerebral palsy events, from 31 to 34, and this is the F-34. So Dvorak, this will be a chance to see his standard, and that is shy of 20 meters.
Well, it was ragged, wasn't it? It came out of his hand early and almost didn't land within the white marker lines. It heads out towards the right-hand side. It dipped way, way lower than the practice throws that looked very, very easy.
Yeah, he's got better in him, definitely. He knows that. Well, he is our sole focus of attention now. One more throw to go after this, and it's the thrower for Russia, Nikita Oblapov. 14 meters 44. He's down in 4th place. An improvement of 7.5 meters needed to get into the medals. Shail and Malik, by the way, are both guaranteed medals. That's a bit more like it. Very close to 20 meters without passing that arc. But it keeps him a little bit more in contention than he was before. It's a better effort. It's an improvement of at least around 5 meters from what we saw a few moments earlier. 14.44 in that opening round. That will be a lot better. And he's ready for his 3rd throw already, but has to wait for his 2nd mark to come up, and there it is. 18 meters 76, and Dvorak stays in 4th place.
So we turn our attention to what I believe is our last medal presentation of the evening. A cracking women's long jump final, T47. There was real drama all the way through in the battle to get onto the podium and the battle for gold as well. Yet another victory for the Russians. In fact, it was a 1-2 for the powerhouse of East European IPC Athletics. And a brilliant bronze medal for France. There was only 4 centimetres between third and fourth in the end. The unlucky athlete to miss out was Staliana Smagidi of Greece, who with 5 meters 20 just found herself 4 centimetres shy of this young woman, who is about to step up onto the podium and receive a very shiny 2016 European Championship bronze medal. With a 4th round effort of 5 meters 24, representing France, Angelina Lanza, just 23 years of age. She was 6th in Doha last year. She climbs 3 places higher in the battle for European supremacy. Another medal for the French, a good opening day for them here in Grosseto. And a great performance from Angelina Lanza. It was very, very tight between her and the Greek athlete for the bronze, and she came out on top. The silver medal. She was the defending champion, Nicole Rodomakina, 5:39 in the 4th round. She tried all she could, the Paralympic champion, to close in on her compatriot who just clipped her to the gold. That is, of course, confirmation. Lanza got the bronze. This is Nicole Rodomakina. And it was Russia first and second, because after a couple of no jumps early on in the competition, Alexandra Mogachaya produced a monstrous couple of jumps, 560 and then a 574, and in the very last round, with a jump that did look legal to the naked eye, she went very, very close to 6 meters. She almost finished with a performance that would have been very close to a world record. As it is, it's a championship record, and hey, it's not a bad day at the office, is it, when you become the European champion? 574, a magnificent performance, and maybe she will tickle the 6 meter line come Rio at the end of the summer. In the meantime, she has the honor of hearing the Russian national anthem yet again. Another Russian 1-2, Mogachaya and Rodomakina. And what drama it would have added to the end of the competition if that last jump of Mogachaya's had been registered as legal. It could have been a very, very special end to what was already a great performance. Well, coulda, woulda, shoulda. The record books will show she's European champion with 574.
It's a very successful opening day for Russia, as usual. They were far and away the dominant nation in Swansea. They won more than twice the gold medals of anyone else. And they are top of the medal table again today, but they've won the same number of gold medals as Poland have. One more title to be decided on the opening day. So here's Dvořák again of the Czech Republic, 18 meters 76, his best to date with his first 2 throws and down in 4th place. So what he needs is 22 meters 10 to get past Baranin of Montenegro and to get onto the podium, and that looks to be beyond 20. Now that is a very good sign. That's more like it. That certainly has raised the spirits of this raw 22-year-old who has already won a major championship medal in his career. Bronze in the shot at the last Europeans in Swansea. And he was 5th in the discus there. May still happen if he doesn't get any higher than where he is, and Oblapov then overtakes him. But Oblapov is making his championship debut. Not that that obviously means anything considering what we've seen today. Oh, 20 meters 80. 4th place he stays in, but he's just over a meter away from Baranin now. And that's another one beyond 20. He's in the rhythm now. He's got the groove going, Martin Dvořák. That's just what he wanted.
I think he fancies this. He's trying to get himself pumped up halfway through his competition, his 6 throws, and he's starting to put a little bit of rhythm together in the middle part of his routine, as it were.
Yeah, he's looking better, and the confidence is up. The first throw went wrong in him, and that was obvious. It wasn't a reflection of his standard. This is. It's actually knocking around his lifetime best. He'll have to improve it by about a meter to get into the medals, Dvořák. His lifetime best, not his current best. 20 meters 81. Oh, it's around the same mark once more. May have improved slightly. He's bombarding that 20-meter line, but it has to be around 22 in order to claw past Baranin and give himself a major chance of a bronze. It wouldn't be guaranteed if he were to do it here, because we still have 1 thrower to go.
And that one remaining thrower is a Russian thrower, and you can never rule a Russian out in the final of a throwing competition, either in IPC or able-bodied athletics.
20.85 in the 5th round. Oh, that's better. That is better. Now, 22.09 for Baranin in 3rd, for Montenegro. Dvořák has improved every single one of his throws. It is hard lines. The first one was so short. We're seeing the real Dvořák now. So 20.85, he's looking to improve on 21.39. That is a new lifetime best. And it wasn't very far away from bronze, 70 centimeters behind Baranin. And the last to throw, born in Donetsk, in Ukraine. But it was back in the USSR days. So Oblapov is naturally eligible for Russia. And he's got 6 throws to get into the medals, and 22.09 is the target.
Just a little reflection there on Martin Dvořák. Said this a couple of times, just double-checking that Oblapov's clock is ticking down. He does need to get himself strapped in and ready for action, and I'm sure he is. He would have been desperate to get on before 8 local time. But Dvořák finishing with a lifetime best, that is brilliant. To come to a major championship, to be the youngest contender, as a man from the Czech Republic is, by 6 years, and smash your PB, that's a great effort from Dvořák. So he won't go home with a medal, but I think the man from the Czech Republic will take great confidence from his campaign here in Italy.
And remember, he's 22, and naturally, as a thrower, you'll still be competitive into your late 30s, and on the IPC circuit, you can go beyond that.
Well, look at Shiel, who's leading the competition.
Yeah, he's 43. So Dvořák has got many years to go. And he will be competitive for a long time. He will bulk up as time goes on, as has to be the case in these throwing events. Translate the power into distance. Oblopov's getting his practice throws away. These again are knocking around 20 meters and not too far off 22. Now, unless he does something spectacular, Shail is our champion. Malik may be under threat, 22.66, but Shail probably is safe for Germany.
You would have thought so. He's away and clear. He's almost 2.5 meters further ahead than Malik in second place. So Oblipov will need to do something special. My word, though, that was not a bad practice throw.
That was good.
That was mid-25s, would you say? 24, 25?
That actually has put him in with a good shout of silver and maybe better.
Well, do you know what? If I was him, I'd be tempted to keep any more of those in the locker and say, right, listen, I'm ready to go. Can I start now?
Absolutely. And again, that was a good one, over 20, you know. These practice throws are looking good. He can run out the clock if he wants to, but he can start the competition now if he wants to as well. And you know what? Having seen that previous throw, just start now, Nikita. I will say one thing, and look at that, that's around 24. He's not noticeably putting 100% into these throws. Oblipov, it being his championship debut, there's not a lot of prior information about him, as tends to be the nature. You enter the IPC circuit basically at any age because of the circumstances, obviously, Rob.
Yes, and actually, the great thing from his perspective, being the last thrower, one throw could do it. If he smashes it with his first effort, the competition's over. Then it's just a case of having a crack or thinking about a world record or a European record. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to put, he's definitely going to get a medal. Well, that scoreboard's a little bit misleading in the background because it said first attempt for quite a while. So I think he's made full use of all his practice throws, but every single time he's been out at around about, what, 24, 25 meters, and he's made it look easy every time.
Again, he's not massively bulked up, but there is some muscle there. So it is being measured. We are underway. Our final thrower. Oh, he's gone second, 23.38. And Daniel Shail suddenly is under threat. The lead is down to 1.70 meters, and for the F-34s, that's a new championship record for Oblipov. And if he puts a bit more into this, gold could well be his. Oh, that's a
better.
beauty! That's a monster!
That is better. Now, he needs to find just shy of 1.70 meters to close in on Daniel Shail's lead. And if I was the big German watching this, I would be slightly nervous. Just to confirm then, Malik has been pushed down into third with 22.66. So unfortunately for Radmilo Baranin of Montenegro, he will not finish on the podium. He's down in fourth with 22.09 with that lifetime best. 24.94. He's getting closer. 13 centimeters. And he's got 4 attempts in which to find it.
So closer, so close. He must be confident now that in the final 4 throws, he's going to get the gold. And I have to say, there's extra effort that can be put in here. It's another long one. Again, it's knocked around the 25-meter mark. That was another championship record with a second round throw of 24.94. And Oblipov is on the brink of glory here. Does he have something slightly bigger in him? That might have done it. That might just have done it. He was 13 centimeters away. Going into this third round throw, Daniel Shail teetering on 25.07, and Oblipov might have just done it with that. It's taken a long time for this to be measured. They want it exact to make sure he's got it.
No, it's 24 metres. I can see it on the revolving scoreboard. I couldn't see the centimetres, but it said 24, so he's still not quite there.
Well, he's going with another throw here. That's his fourth round attempt. That's fantastic. That'll do it. That's the gold. If he gets the white flag, that is the gold.
Without any shadow of a doubt, he was just shy with his third round effort, but that was the throw where it all clicked. So in the fourth round, he has done it, and surely Shield has been pushed down into silver, with the last man in the competition, the very last man, performing on the opening day. Everyone else has gone home, but Oblapov hasn't.
Oblapov is well on the mark. Well, it's come up as 24 again. That is not right. That is not right.
Well, but let's just clarify where we are here, because on the electronic scoreboard, which should be instant, no distance has been registered on the third or fourth rounds. And that last round, other than the one we've just seen there, that looked huge.
Well, I've looked across at that revolving electronic scoreboard that you will see drop in the picture from time to time. Now, 24.45 was what came up as his third round throw. That has just come up now. His fourth round throw was massive. Now, that came up on the electronic scoreboard on the far side as 24 metres, as it did for round 3. 24.80 for round 4.
Really?
I don't think so, Rob.
Wow. Well,
no,
he could
I
have
don't
made a
think so.
mistake, but that fourth round throw looked huge.
That was massive. Oh, 25.06 has come up now for his fifth round throw, which has him a centimetre behind Shield.
That fourth round throw looked massive. Okay, as it stands at the moment, if all the scores and the markers are correct, he's 1 centimetre shy of gold. Has he done it with
that's
that
good
one?
as well.
We don't know.
That is brilliant from Oblapov. It's been great throwing from him. But I'm
still
sure
can't. That fourth round throw looks huge.
I agree.
And what we can say here, Will, is that he has thrown so quickly that the measurers have struggled to keep up with him. That's been the problem. Every time he's made a throw, the guys measuring the distance have been behind him because he's reset himself far quicker than they've been able to register the distance.
He's done it! He's done it! 25.08 and Oblapov is the European champion by 1 centimetre. That'll do it. And it was the sixth and last throw that wrestled the gold medal away from Daniel Shield. What a way to end the night.
That is unbelievable. By a single centimetre. This is his reaction. Oh, yes. I'm the European champion. 1 centimetre, 1 millimetre. The width of the hair on my head doesn't matter. I'm gold, he's silver, I've done it.
Thank you and good night. Off home. Oblapov is the European champion. And he bombarded Shild's mark. He was a centimetre behind officially with his fifth round throw. 1 more to go. Improved by 2 centimetres. And the gold is his.